Greetings, family. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates. I'm going to need y'all to give me a minute. I got to grab one more thing. Yep. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. You got to grab one more thing. All right. Greetings, family. Sorry about that. I needed to take a minute. I have been sitting here for quite a few hours trying to pull this thing together. So my name is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I know y'all have been wondering if my ass is still alive. And so I am here to confirm I am alive and breathing. Okay, so I'm not going to belabor this. I'm going to try to be quick and to the point because I have a lot I want to talk to you guys about today. And a lot. And so I got to really figure out how I'm going to approach this. Okay. Greetings, everybody that's coming into the room. All right. So I'm going to start with the reading of our global conspiracy. I, Cassandra-Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, am now joining in the breath. Now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly, as we say, Mommy and I are one. Yes, Mommy and I are one. So there you go. The global conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Now, so if you read the description for greetings, everybody coming into the room. Greetings. If you read the description for the live, then I am going to be highly ambitious this evening, trying to fulfill all of the topics that are involved in today's live. Okay, so the biggest thing is I lied. Last week, I think, was the last time I did a live, and I said I wasn't going to do any kind of like astrological, like deep dives or updates. Well, I lied. I did. So I have that. I have some astrologically significant events that I want to get you hip to in preparation for the next couple of weeks, which is when all of these astrologically significant events are unfolding that you need to be up on game about. Feel me? So that's one thing. The title of today's live is called Beware the Ides of March. Those of you who minimally paid attention in high school when you were forced to deliver the speech, supposedly made by Julius Caesar when he was betrayed by Brutus, you feel me? So anyway, it was a play on that because the Ides of March historically is March 15th. It's the middle of the month. And so we're going to be talking about that a little bit. You feel me? If you look in any of the groups, the Great Cosmic Mother Book Club, Temple of Evolutionary Emergence group, America's First Pluto Return groups, right? Then I posted a ton of article links about the historical significance of this day, March 15th, which is also known historically as the Ides of March. Okay. So I'll be talking about that a little bit. Also, probably more towards the end, I did this last year, but I want to do it again, maybe a short condensed version, because next week is the spring equinox. Next Thursday is the spring equinox. And though I have not been as disciplined as I would have liked to have been, spring is a huge season. And so the spring equinox obviously is the first day of spring. And so I want to talk to you now about some things that you can do over the next week, right, to prepare you for a really awesome transition out of the winter season and into the spring season, or AKA out of the kidney season and into the liver season. The liver season is spring. On the equinox, we will be officially transitioning into the liver season, and what you can do and why it's significant and all the things. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. I am going to be talking very, very minimally about, let's see, where is that? Okay, about that. Hold on. And then also, there are some other brief things that I want to bring up. Yes, there are some other things I want to bring up. As just like bullet point items, quick to the point bullet point items. Bullet point number 1, not all Black women. That might even be a whole live by itself. So y'all know me, and y'all know that for a very long time, I have been talking about, and I think a lot of people have been talking about in some way or another, the hashtag listen to Black women, right? Black women need to rest, all of that, what you call it, celebrate Black joy, and all of these little, hashtags and stuff that center around the whole idea of Black women. You feel me? And so for me, I have been talking for some years now about centering Black women, that Black women must lead, but not in the way that we have been made to lead, as like, these bunt bearers of humanity and shit. That ain't what I'm talking about. You feel me? But I had three different situations happen this week that made me recognize real quick that I have to clarify when I say Black women must lead. I have to clarify what I mean when I say, because I just assume everybody on the same page. You feel me? What I have been not even assuming. I just assume people know what I'm talking about, know where I'm coming from. You feel me? When I say Black women must lead. And what happened this week, several things happened this week that let me know that everybody don't assume what I'm saying. You feel me? So I have to say, not all Black women must lead. Black women must lead, but that does not mean all Black women must lead. Now, I'm going to tell you why. Yes, okay. I'm going to tell you why in the bullet note section of this thing. You feel me? There were quite a few things that happened this last week. Ever since Sunday, it's been like bam, 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 bam. Child, occurrence after occurrence after occurrence after occurrence. That has just let me know that I have to clarify, because what I say, child, listen, what did he say? He said, what did he call it? Yeah. There's a let's see. There's a conversation. So that's a bullet point item. Okay. Not all Black women. And I can even go deeper, but I'll start there. Not all Black women. Okay. The next bullet point item I have entitled Live the Future Now. I won't digress. I would just say that's going to be a bullet point item. Another bullet point item is beware betrayal in sacred spaces. We've talked about this before. I even think that is the title of a live that I have done. Beware betrayal in sacred places. This shit is coming up in real time. You feel me? The liver season. Also, as a part of the astrological breakdown that I'm going to do, but I'll probably spend just a teeny bit of time on that, is beware spiritual escapism. Beware of spiritual escapism. It's huge right now. It too will probably need to be its own live discussion as a topic on its own. Okay. This is another one that may need to be its own title, but I'm gonna still give it a bullet point section in the live today. I have entitled it, We Already Know We Must Remember. We already know we must remember. You feel me? Another bullet point item. I told you I'm being highly ambitious tonight about what I'm trying to put down on y'all. You feel me? Another bullet point item is called sleight of hands. Sleight of hands, sleight of hands, sleight of hands. It too will probably need to be its own complete live discussion. But tonight it'll be a short discussion, sleight of hands. Feel me? And then within the context of the astrological discussion, so we're still fully in the energy of the lunar eclipse, which happened yesterday. Okay, in the wee hours of the morning yesterday was the lunar eclipse, the full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo. In Virgo, the full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo, which happened yesterday. There was a very specific event that happened during that eclipse that we need to talk about, because the bullet that I have under the revisiting the full moon lunar eclipse, the blood moon that happened yesterday, you feel me? The bullet point that I have underneath it as a primary source of discussion is, are we really ready to contend? Are we really ready to contend? Are we really ready to contend? You feel me? So, yes. So I know that's a lot. Okay? I know that's a lot. But we're going to go ahead and get started. Those are all of the bullet points for the discussion today. And let's see how disciplined I can be to wade my way through them. Housekeeping first. If you are tuning in via my IG channel, I should give you a heads up. For whatever reason, I have two channels, but I only live stream through this one, and this particular channel of my IG only allows me to live stream for 1 hour increments, but before it shuts my shit off. So if you are tuning in via IG, you may want to join us over on my YouTube channel, which also helps feed and boost my algorithm. You feel me? So join us on YouTube. And when you go on YouTube, you put @ in the search engine, Daughter of the Fates as one word. Daughter of the Fates, Fates, as one word. Otherwise, you'll be wading through a bunch of weird stuff to get to my page. @ Daughter of the Fates on YouTube, join us there for an uninterrupted stream. Because if you're going to stay on IG, I just have to forewarn you, every hour they're going to cut me off. Okay. And I'll have to rejoin the stream through IG. Second thing is comment, like, share, subscribe, become a member of the YouTube channel, Daughter of the Fates. You can make donations. You can make those donations. If you look in the description box below this video, you can see the different ways that you can donate to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We have events that we are trying to organize now that I have a location where I can make events happen locally. All of those events that I do locally, I will be live streaming so that you all will have the opportunity to participate in those events. So the next big thing that we're planning, though, we're doing something every month, at least one thing every month we're going to be doing. But the big thing that we're planning for is the summer solstice. Okay, so I will keep y'all up on what's happening with the summer solstice here locally. And yes, okay, so let's go. First of all, I would also encourage you to make donations. This is going to be a long live, one that I have spent many hours of study on this week. Hence why I have been MIA this week, because when I tell you deep dive this week, and I have a lot to share and a lot of breakthroughs to put y'all up on. So please make donations. You can do that through either doing like super likes or super thanks or whatever on my my YouTube channel, though YouTube does take a percentage of every super like, super thanks and all of that stuff. So I would encourage you to make a direct donation to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. You can do that by using my email or the Temple's email, which is EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Evolutionary Emergence. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That you can email me, first of all, if you're interested in readings, if you're interested in like divination or 5 elements wellness consultations. You can email me that way to inquire about that, or you can use that email to send a Zelle donation. You can use my whole name, Cassandra-Floyd. If you want to send a Venmo, you can use, let's see. That's Venmo. Cashapp is $ Daughter of the Fates, and PayPal is @ Iyapo Ngina. I'm eventually going to change it, but it's IYAPONGINA. So those are the ways that you can make a donation. Okay, there is a lot of work that went into this week, that went into this live, that we are about to dig up into. Okay. Also, for those of you who may have it, I know this is short notice. I should have put it in the description, but I will be referencing the book that I read for you guys on my YouTube channel called The Great Black Mama of Creation by Suzar. I will be referencing this book during this live in several spaces. So if you have it and you want to pull it out so you can follow along, awesome. Okay, that's the official housekeeping. Okay, so let's see. I think for the sake of what's happening all the way around, I should start with the astrology. Okay, this is going to be the longest portion of the live. Is the walk through the astrology that is significant for the month of March. All right. Okay. So, all right. So what I will just do is I have like, I'm telling you, I've been taking notes everywhere, so do not clown me. Okay. So I took like little, just straight bullet point notes for the dates. And then in my book, I have like a deep dive of why those dates are significant. Okay. So March 1st, Venus retrograded, went retrograde into Aries. And I had never heard this. And also all of the astrologers that I was studying, I referenced them in the description below if you want to see a much more thorough and deep dive into the astrology for this month. Though I think there are 3 of them. They're all listed below. Okay. There are huge, huge, huge monumental events happening this month. So get your life right. Okay. All right. So one of the astrologers said that I never heard this, but when Venus retrogrades in Aries, this is called sex with an X. This is a sex with an X transit, meaning some X from your life is going to some past romance, some past lover, some past somebody is going to try to slide in. Is going to try to slide in and get back in your good graces, at least temporarily, if just to be able to thank you, Dion. Thank you, Dion, for the donation. Let's see. Thank you. Let's see. Mitch Qua Barber for the donation. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna keep those notifications on. That way I can read them if I hear them come through. Okay, so yes, so sex with an X. So be mindful, especially if the X was toxic. You understand? So this thing is about how past lovers may come a rap tap tapping on your door. If you okay with that, if it wasn't a terrible X and you just need to get tightened up, then okay. But this is really more of a like being conscious, being aware, being mindful, so that you don't get caught up in the okie doke with something that you had let go of that needed to be let go of. So it's more of a warning than anything. It's called the sex with an X transit. Some X is going to be sliding in your DMs, trying to knock on your door. Girl, you remember when? You understand that type. So that's the whole month. So be mindful of that. Okay. Then March 12th, which is this past week, was the beginning there. Now there's a long discussion we're going to have about it, but this conjunction that began on Wednesday, March 12th, which is the Sun and Saturn conjunction in Pisces, which is, I'll go into that. I'm gonna just read the bullet points. I'll go into that in a minute. March 14th, which was the Virgo lunar eclipse blood moon, which is huge. And I'm gonna talk about that probably ad nauseum. And then because the impact of that lunar eclipse is 6 months long. Okay. So even though the eclipse itself has passed and we're still kind of in the ebb of that eclipse energy, the impact of that eclipse is going to have an impact for about 6 months. Okay. March 15th, which is today, the Ides of March, Mercury stations retrograde in Aries. So that's 2 retrogrades that we're fully in right now. That's Venus retrograde in Aries and Mercury retrograde in Aries starting today. My ex-best friend, very toxic, called me day before yesterday with her life's drama, and it was the same stuff from 30 something years ago. I have talked to her 3 times in 20 years, always major drama. So that's the kind of shit I'm talking about, because it's funny that you should say that, Dion, because there is a movement in here. Where did I write that down? That is talking about that one of the aspects of this movement is to test your established boundaries. Have you established healthy boundaries? Are you sure those boundaries are established? Here's the test for that. So we'll talk about that. I'm glad you raised that. Let's see. Okay, so Mercury retrograde begins today. March 19th begins a Sun and Neptune conjunction in Pisces. That's big too. Also, March 20th is the equinox, aka the Sun entering Aries on the equinox. That day is monumental. So spring equinoxes are already big, already humongous. She was a very karmic friend. And I mean, my life was thrown off path dealing with her way back then. So this is right on time. That means the ex trying to come into your life. This is a test of healthy boundaries. Don't even answer the phone. You feel me? Like, this is about testing boundaries that you should have established. You feel me? So that's one thing. The equinox happening next week is big. The equinox is always big, but this equinox particularly is monumental. I'll tell you why. Okay. And then March 22nd, it's another conjunction. It's a Sun Venus conjunction in Aries. March 27th is Venus retrograde. The Venus retrograde is going to move out of its Aries. It's going to move out of Aries into Pisces. So the conjunction is going to be in Pisces. Then there's a Venus-Neptune conjunction in Pisces. So Venus retrograde enters Pisces, and then a Venus-Neptune conjunction in Pisces. Let's see. And then March 29th is the Mercury retrograde entering Pisces. It's also the new moon. And then it's also the Aries solar eclipse. So March 29th is a huge one. You got the solar eclipse on the Aries solar eclipse, which is a new moon. And you've got Mercury retrograde, which enters Pisces on March 29th. And then March 30th, Neptune enters Aries for the first time in 165 years. That too is huge. So big, giant game-changing movements this month. Okay. All right. So let's see. So we're going to go ahead and get into it. So I'll start with the Saturn Sun Conjunction. The Saturn Sun Conjunction in Pisces, which basically began within that little 24 hours before the lunar eclipse. So it still has lunar eclipse energy tied to it. So it's a Saturn Sun Conjunction in Pisces during the lunar eclipse. Okay. The reason that this is important right out the gate, okay, is and also that Venus retrograde. Let's see. Anyway, don't even worry about that. The big thing is the Saturn Sun Conjunction in Pisces during the lunar eclipse, the blood moon. Okay, this energy, this conjunction, which is significant, only happens every 29.5 years. Every 25.9 years, this conjunction happens, and it's called the Great Reset. This conjunction is called the Great Reset. Okay, so it is a liken to your own Saturn return, right? In your own chart, you have a Saturn return. If you're lucky, right, you'll get 1, 2, 3 Saturn returns in your life. Okay, and these are huge monumental pinpoints in your life. What you're doing at the time of your personal Saturn returns will set the stage for the next 29.5 years of your life until you enter your next Saturn returns, right? And so it's huge. This Saturn Sun conjunction is akin to that, right? But for the collective. It happens every 29.5 years, this conjunction. And I didn't research it, but I intend to. I was just trying to narrow. Okay. It is the Great Reset of the Pisces sky. All right. And so y'all can jot these dates down too if you want. It's something I intend to do a little later, but I was trying to get as much in here as possible. But what the direction was to think about what was happening in the collective at the last of these movements, of this particular type of movement. So those dates are February 26, 1965 through March 10th of 1966. Okay. February 21st of 1994 through March 6th of 1995. And then that energy continued through March 17th of 1996. Okay, 1996. February 5th of 2024 through March 12th of 2025, which is where we are now. What she was saying, and this information I got from Lori Lothian at Lunatic Astrology. She's mentioned in the description below. She was saying what is different about this particular Saturn Sun conjunction is that it is in the node of fate. So this hasn't happened for a long time. The node of fate. Okay. Now, she says the overarching intention or energy that you should have, each individual should have for this whole year, because that's how long directly this conjunction is going to impact your life for the next year, right? Is what is my divine mission for this year? That's the focus of this particular conjunction. What is my divine mission for this year? And focus on nothing else. What is my divine mission for this year? And focus on nothing else. That's the energy. This is considered a great reset, not only for each individual, but for the collective. This great reset or this energy, we will not have an opportunity to take advantage of this conjunction again until the year 2054. So this is a power up moment, not only for your individual life, but for the collective. What is your divine mission for this year? This goes right into the other thing that I said was a bullet point for discussion a little later on in this section, which was what I'm going to talk to you about in terms of the lunar eclipse that we just came out of. And are you really ready to contend? Are you really ready to contend? Okay. Are you really ready to contend? But I will keep going. Okay. So that's the energy, very short. If you want to go into a deep dive about the historical significance of the Saturn Sun conjunction in Pisces, that is going to be offering you the opportunity to really sharpen, strengthen, and get clarity on what your divine mission is for the whole year into next year. Okay. So that's it. If you want to go into a deep dive, this particular area I was referencing Lori Lothian on Lunatic Astrology, and her channel is great because she does each sign. She'll give you a good, thorough overview of the energy of the whatever the movement is itself, and then she will tell you each particular sign how to prepare, what to look out for, those kind of things, sign by sign by sign. Okay, cool. Next is let's see. So let me talk to you a little bit about the lunar eclipse. Let me talk to you a lot of bit about the lunar eclipse. Okay. So the lunar eclipse occurred. I am in Los Angeles. So the lunar eclipse began at around 8:57 on March 13th, about 8:57. It peaked at 11:16 p.m. So it was fully red at around 11:16 p.m. on March 13th. It took till about, I want to say 1:30 to 2 o'clock in the morning before the full transition of the redness of the moon transitioned out. I think it was like 2 actually, where it fully transitioned. Okay. And my intention that day had been to do a live with you guys. And then I decided that my ceremony was going to be to do nothing but lay outside under that blood moon to be baptized in the energy. That was my intention. That was my focus, is that I am being baptized. I'm being covered in the energy of this blood moon. So I went to a homegirl house, the same homegirl that has allowed us to start using her home as the place that we can start doing ceremony and events and stuff. And her place is amazing. And so I took some blankets up there listening to the coyotes, and I was out there for about 5, maybe 6 hours laying under the moon, watching the entire transition from 8 something all the way to about 2 something, watching the full transition of the moon. With that being my intention was that I was being covered. I was being baptized in the power of that lunar event. That was it. That was the only thing I was focused on. You feel me? I was like, you know what? This is my ceremony. I had even taken my computer to her house. That was my intention, was to talk to you guys during this eclipse. But I was like, you know what? No, I'm gonna do this. This is what I'm gonna do, right? Okay. So that happened. And I wanted to preface that way because I got some gossip. I got some tea about this lunar eclipse. You feel me? Let's see. All right. Yeah. Okay. So this lunar eclipse that we're still in the energy of was the first lunar eclipse in Virgo that we have had since the year 2016. This is the first lunar eclipse that we have had since the year 2016. This is the first eclipse. This is the first lunar eclipse at the south node of the moon since 2008. Since 2008, right? Which was March 13th, 2008, which was also a Saturn Sun conjunction. Okay. Okay. So this information is coming from, his name is Dan Waits at World Astrology Report. That was the only thing that I really wrote, 2 things that I wrote about his lunar eclipse prep, right? This is ginormous. Okay. This is huge. As the sun, because the eclipse is the sun moving into the sign of Aries on this on the equinox. Sorry. You know what? Let me table that. Let me do that later. Okay. So when I talk about the equinox next week, I'll bring that up. Okay. Hey. Let's see. Venus retrograde. All right. Okay, cool. Yeah. And also extra. Okay. So with the eclipse energy, this is going to be in bullet points. With the eclipse energy, some things to be mindful of when charting your course, okay, is overall, it's going to offer the opportunity to revisit and address unresolved mother wounds. Unresolved mother wounds. That's one of the themes for this lunar eclipse. Man, I thought I had more information than that. Okay, well, I don't for the eclipse that we just came out of. But I will say 2 things about the eclipse. That was all I had for the eclipse. I guess other things took precedence. I was writing so much. Oh, and the other thing about the eclipse was, this was a bullet point, was to beware of escapism and addiction. It was to beware escapism and addiction. And what it specifically warned of is spiritual escapism and addiction, substance escapism and addiction, and even partying, like partying in a way that is like escapist. You feel me? So those were the things that were mentioned as a theme of this lunar eclipse was to beware of escapism and addiction in the form of spiritual escapism and addiction, substance escapism and addiction, and partying as escapism. All right. Now, hey, cut it out. Don't even start. So, okay. So that was one thing. All right. So now let me tell you the two big things that were the bullet points specifically around this lunar eclipse event. So now while I was, let's see, what do I want to talk about first? Yes. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna revisit this whole thing. Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. That and that. All right. Let me mark these. Yes, that's right on time. Yes. And this. Okay, so I'm gonna knock out 3 bullet point items while talking about this eclipse, and I'm gonna do it quick. So I told y'all I went on my ceremony ended up being spontaneous. I laid out under the moon for about 5-6 hours, just meditating on being baptized in the energy of this eclipse. Right now, the next morning, I got up, I came home, got up, and I got a text early in the morning from a homegirl. You feel me? And she sends me a link. That link is in the description below. If you are tuning in from YouTube, in the description box below this video, there is a link kind of all the way to the bottom. The same link that this sister sent me the day after the lunar eclipse. Okay. And in this video, I'm getting goosebumps just telling you this shit. In the video, y'all remember 2 years ago, October 14th, I told y'all that I had gone on to the mountain up where Griffith Observatory was to do ceremony for the solar eclipse, the Ring of Fire eclipse, right? Up on that mountain. There was about 1,200 people up there. And the director of the observatory, dressed in a suit and tie with a sound system that could be heard all the way down the mountain, right? Conducting a full-on ritual to, quote, beat down the mother, to beat back the mother, under the guise of an ancient traditions and ancient cultures. They believed that the solar eclipse was a bad omen, a sign of the dragon, a great black dragon consuming the sun. And what they would do is take a bunch of noisemakers, rattles and all kinds of shit, drums, and they would basically do a chant that translates roughly to dragon be gone, dragon be gone, dragon be gone. Y'all remember that? And I was like, listen, it wouldn't have even been on my radar had it not been for an intervention. That happened 2 years ago. So I go do my thing on the mountain during the lunar eclipse. The homegirl texts me next morning with a link. She said, start at hour. Hold on. I said, cut it out. Yeah, that's exactly where you need it. No issue. Sorry about that. So anyway, she sends me a link. The link is in the description box, and it has in parentheses that you need to start at timestamp 3:41. Okay. So I sit here and watch this before I have to start work, and it is that same guy, but now because it's at night and it's during a blood moon, he's not dressed in a suit and tie. He is dressed like a full-on wizard, top hat, decorated robes, and then there's a dude behind him with a drum that's embellished with like dragon imagery. And he tells the exact same story, talking to a group of people on the top of the observatory, on the building itself, telling the exact same story. the dragon consuming the moon or whatever, and we need to beat back the dragon. We need to chant down the dragon, and I can't do it by myself, so I need all of y'all to participate with me. So that night, on the night of the blood moon, you understand, just a couple days ago, this man, this white guy in these robes, dressed like a wizard, gets up on top. There is no building higher than the observatory in this city. Gets up on top of that building during the peak of the freaking lunar eclipse and corrals unknowing people into, quote, treating it cute and simple, like, oh yeah, let's chant down the dragon. Dragon be gone, dragon be gone, dragon be gone, dragon be gone, beating the drums on top of this goddamn mountain. That's the video I got first thing in the morning. Now, let me tell you why, a couple of reasons that I was so upset. Is because when I was talking to people a couple of weeks ago about the lunar eclipse and also about the spring equinox, saying we should do some kind of ceremony for these two events, the problem was that the time of the peak of each of these events was so late in the evening. The lunar eclipse, like I said, it did not peak until like 11:15, right? The spring equinox next week, at least in LA, does not peak until 2:55 a.m. And so both times when mentioning the significance of these, I'm talking about in real time, in person, this event that I was doing here, and talking about how we needed to try to organize ceremony of some type for these two events, the first thing that people said about both of these events was, well, I know I ain't going to be up that early. Can we do something later in the day? And my response was, we can do something later in the day, but my ass is going to be up at the peak of both of these events. I'm going to be awake, even if it means I got to take naps all day and set my alarm clock. I'm going to be up, right? And I didn't make a big deal about it. I was like, you know, if y'all want to do something later in the day, then we can organize the events for later in the day, right? That happened. And I kind of just like slid by it. You know, everybody ain't on the same page. Everybody ain't on the same level. This is 3 freaking items that I'm bringing up, okay? Because, hold on. Because, listen, the question that I asked earlier in the bullet point declaration of what was going to happen today is, are you really ready to contend? Are you really ready to contend? Because people will make the declaration that they want to change the world, that they want to be a world changer, that they want to participate in creating a new world, a new earth, that they want to do this and 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 this. You feel me? And then when it comes down to doing something so minuscule of a commitment, it's a minuscule commitment to make, to set your alarm clock, to be up at midnight, to be up at 2, to be up at 3, it's a minuscule, a microscopic commitment to make. To recognize that there is monumental potential in each one of these events that give us the opportunity to energetically contend. And people cannot even do that. People can't even do that. People can't even do that. And so when you make these declarations about how committed you are to the future, how committed you are to changing the world, how committed you are to seeing the world a better place, how committed you are to, I have a hard time believing your level of commitment. I have a hard time when the absolute minuscule thing that if you don't do nothing else in the world, the minuscule thing that you can do is to recognize, one, that your opposition takes advantage of these events. Every single solitary one. Not only do they take advantage of, they map and plan to execute events months, years, decades in advance. recognizing that this is an opportunity for them to power up their plans. That's what they do. You don't have to believe it for it to be real, for these events, these astrological occurrences to have a goddamn impact on your life, because while you lay and are comfortable in your ignorance of them, somebody who is holding the reins of power is taking advantage just on the strength of, let us just do it just in case. Even if that's the bare minimum of their understanding, is let's just take advantage just in case this shit worked, and they plan and map accordingly, and they go out there using these events, using the energy guaranteed by these events to plot and scheme about how they are going to maintain a boot on the global neck of humanity. And your ass talking about you want to change the world, you feel me? You want to see the whole made well. Isn't that what our conspiracy say? That we want to see the whole made well, that we are conspiring to make the whole, to see the whole made well. But your ass can't set your alarm clock to be up at midnight for 1 hour to tap into the mother's energy. While this white dude in black robes and a top hat and a dragon drum is chanting down your mother, is chanting down your mother. I saw that damn clip the next morning. And I was like, I don't know. I do not know. And I'm never trying to make people feel bad or ashamed or like guilt anybody or anything like that. I am telling you that astrology is a mathematically precise science. It is a mathematically precise science. It has been made a comical caricature of what it used to be to ensure that you are not engaged, to make sure that you don't plug in, you don't tap in. That's just the reality of it. It has been mythologized and reduced in its significance to ensure that the slave doesn't have the opportunity to plug in energetically the way the slave master has plugged in energetically. And y'all refuse to do the absolute bare minimum. Child, I slept outside and it was freezing. It was like 30 something degrees. I was like, but let me get some more blankets. Because I need to power up. And I stayed awake. I did not go to sleep. My eyes was wide open, watching every single step of that radical event transpire so that I could take advantage of its totality. That's what I did. Meanwhile, this white boy got, I don't even know how many people up on the mountain at midnight, y'all. He was at midnight. All them people you can hear in the background chanting with him, regular everyday people who wasn't even up there for no ritual. They just regular tourists. Like, oh, this is nice. This neat. We get to watch through the telescope, the transition. And they just up there as completely clueless tourists going up there to catch an astronomical event. While he taps into their ignorance to power up the spell he just cast on the top of this mountain. They raised $15,000 that night. From midnight until the end of the eclipse, they raised $15,000 that night. Doing a ritual on top of the mountain, the highest point in this city. In a city that has the second largest portal in the country. Your ass can't set your alarm clock to be up at 11 so you can catch the shit and power up. But you jolly on the spot to be in your house by yourself doing some affirmations and some meditations, during your waking hours. You feel me? As long as it ain't too late, I just don't know. To me, it's the bare minimum. To me, it's the starting point. What is the level of conviction? How much do I believe we can win? Do you believe we can win? Do you believe we can win? Do you? Because that's the question you have to ask yourself first before anything else. You can be talking about the future and the new world and the reemergence of the mother and the reinstallation of the global matriarch, and you can be talking that shit. But in the quiet of your own mind, you have to ask yourself the real question, looking in your own eyes, in your own mirror. Do I really even believe we can win? That's the first question. If the answer to that question is yes, then the next question is, how committed am I to play a role in this victory that I am certain we will accomplish? How committed am I in my peculiar role to seeing this thing through to what I believe is the certainty of a victory? How committed am I? Am I nominally committed? Am I mildly committed? You feel? Because you can set the terms for how committed you are. You can do that. But baby, if I'm telling you that the bare minimum, the absolute bare minimum commitment has to be something as simple as these freaking astronomical events that are literally back to back to back to back to back, once in your lifetime events, given to you cosmically as a freaking giant golden, as a giant cosmic golden platter, guaranteeing your ability to rapidly power the fuck up. And you can't do something as simple as set your goddamn alarm clock for 11 o'clock so you can get up and power up during the event, while some white boy got all these people, unsuspecting participants in ritual. That's what they are. Unsuspecting participants. He is literally up there like an energetic vampire, taking advantage of what the masses do not know to power up a ritual he could not have conducted up there by his damn self. That's what he did at midnight with hundreds of people up on that mountain with him at midnight to chant down the mother. Dragon be gone, dragon be gone, dragon be gone. Your ass can't get up and light a candle at the height of the thing. So that's the questions. Do you believe we can even win? Because some of y'all be out here, or I think it was Mary Daly that was saying, I think it was Mary Daly saying in Pure Lust, a lot of these people who activists, they activists for activists' sake. They aren't working for a true end to what it is they're being activist around. They're not. Because she said it. They don't really believe they can win. So the motion becomes everything, not the end view, not the overall goal. The movement, the motion becomes everything with no real energy or intention to win. Mao Zedong said the same thing of communist China, the Cultural Revolution. He said, so as long as one goes on, as long as one goes on tolling the bell, one will always remain a monk. That's what he said. Y'all just in this shit for shits and giggles. Y'all ain't in here to win. Y'all in here to just go through the motions. You are like what the party used to call ambulance chasers. You just constantly crisis manage. You constantly constantly problem solving. You aren't trying to put those things within the context of a clear, crystal clear vision of an end goal, which is victory, a transition from the state that we're in to the new state, the place that we're in to the new place, this age that we in to the new age, which promises something better for all of us. That ain't the goal. So it's motion for motion's sake. Just being a monk, tolling the bell. Doom, doom. And there's a lot of that shit feeds your ego. That shit feeds your ego. I'm an activist. What would you be in a world where activism was no longer necessary? This becomes the badge. I'm an activist. I'm a healer. What would you be? How would you define yourself in your life in a world made well, where there is no longer a need for thousands and thousands and millions of quote healers, because the trauma is so mass and so widespread we can never get in front of it. What happens when we pray this prayer, when we speak this conspiracy that we say that we are speaking? What do we say? I, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of what? Of the whole made well. What does that mean? Of the whole made well. Of every contradiction plaguing the planet, now solved, resolved. Of the whole made well. If the whole is made well, how are you going to define yourself when there's no longer a need for you as a healer? Now what can you be? How can your spirit blossom? How can your creativity shine through in a world where oppression no longer exists? How will you define yourself then? What will your label be then? Think about that shit now. That's the other thing that I said I was going. It's another bullet point that I'm actively addressing in real time. What did I say? That in order to create the future, we must live the future right now. We must live the future right now. What does this mean? And so I find it difficult. I find it difficult. I find myself not wanting to be, but being mildly frustrated, understanding. So this is the diplomat in me, understanding where people are coming from. But we all, there ain't a single one of us on the planet Earth. Every last one of us on Earth, 8 billion people on Earth, every last one of us on Earth are in a dire state of imminent crisis. We have a decision to make, not only about our individual life, but about the collective. What is the world that we are trying to create? So my live is about to end on IG. For those who are still on IG, my encouragement would be to switch over to YouTube so you don't have to worry about this, because we're going to be up here for a while. But every hour, they're going to shut my shit down and I have to re-bring it up. You can go on my YouTube, which is at DaughterOfTheFates. You have to put @ and DaughterOfTheFates as one word in YouTube to pull up my page. So this is about to end, and then I'm going to bring the page back up. And those of you who are still tuning in, that shit is annoying because it gets me off my flow. You know, like it disrupts the flow when I have to stop this thing and restart it because of whatever IG is going through. You feel me? I'll take that as a time to drink some water. Okay. So I'm not going to belabor that, but those were 3 things that this lunar eclipse and all of the occurrences of this week since last Saturday has brought up for me. Well, that's just one thing, living the future now. That was a bullet point. The second thing is, are you really ready to contend? Are you really ready to contend? I'm going to tell you, when I first joined the movement, when I first joined the Black Power movement, I used to hear it I still hear it all the time because of the energy of young people, the enthusiasm of young people, the anger of young people. You'll hear young Black people say, I couldn't have been no slave because I would have killed him. Yeah. You know, that kind of shit, right? What's another one they say? You know, oh yeah, you know, I hear what you're talking about, you know, brother or sister, whatever, but you know, it's like that response that you have when you in the church. Let me get right with the Lord after I get my paper. Let me get right with the Lord after I do my living. You feel me? Let me get right with the Lord after I sold my wild oats. They treat the movement the same way. You know, I hear what you're saying, you know, that sound real good, but I tell you, I ain't gonna come to no meetings, but when the revolution pop off, you know, I got a piece. You just let me know what I need to do. That kind of shit, right? I used to hear that a lot. I still hear it a lot. And the problem is you lying. You lying. You can't be talking about what you would have done back in the slavery days when we live in a world. How many slaves they say it is? 88 million slaves on Earth right now. I think it's 88 million full on slaves on Earth right now. 1.2 million people enslaved, fully enslaved in the United States. You lying about what you would do if you was back in slavery times. Because our ancestors had more courage than you. Yes, they did. They had more get up and go than you got. They had more plotting and scheming energy than your ass got. And so even if you one of these block boys and you got a piece, How I'm going to trust you in the height of armed struggle to, quote, fall in line for the collective vision of the group when you ain't even disciplined enough to do the absolute minuscule bare minimum, quote, in peacetime. Quote, I put peacetime in quotes. You feel me? Y'all lying. And I'm just talking about regular everyday people who don't know no better. Y'all who be talking about y'all about this life. Y'all who talk, about how spiritually on point you are, how revolutionarily disciplined you are, how ahead of the curve you are, how, quote, above the masses you are. And y'all can't even do something as simple as set your alarm clock to tap into these events that your enemy is exploiting all the time, every time, every day. Your enemy is exploiting these same energies because the energies are the representation of the possibilities, the extreme possibilities of dualities, the extremes in possibilities of dualities. The extremes can go one of two ways depending upon what energy it is responding to. And you ain't offering the energy for it to respond to. Your opposition is. Your enemy is. Plotting and scheming for every astronomical event, for every astrological occurrence. Your enemy, I'm telling you, is tapped the fuck in. So who was it that said, there was a quote, I forget who said it, but it said something to the effect of, millionaires don't pay attention to astrology, billionaires do. What's this guy's name? His name is Cliff High. I think that's his name. Cliff High, who created this programming in the early 2008-ish, created this computer programming. Chris High created this computer programming. He created these bots. And he wrote a book about it. I don't even remember the name of the book. I don't even have the book yet, but let me make a mental note so I can go ahead and get it because it came up for a reason. Cliff High bots. And he created these bots, and all these bots do 24 hours a day is scour the web. And all it's doing is taking people's conversations. That's it. Taking people's conversations and being able to extract mathematical predictions. The book was about how to use the lunar events and how information changes during lunar events to own the stock market, to be able to tap into the stock market and win, right? He wrote a whole book about what is it called? There was somebody else that wrote something about it too. It was there's another book called Lunar Shadows. It's the third volume of Lunar Shadows, and the subtitle is The Predictive Power of Moon Phases and Eclipses. This is a science. This dude is right. He ain't a spiritualist. He's just saying, based on the lunar movements, based on all of the lunar movements, waxing, waning, all the things, and then how human conversation changes during these lunar events, my bots can scour the entire internet to extract from people's conversations mathematically accurate predictions that can help you win in the stock market. That's what he did. That's what he did. And so while y'all out here still reading the goddamn weekly horoscope in your local goddamn newspaper, people are out here running your whole life based on this mathematically precise science. You understand? And y'all can't get y'all ass up to tap into the same thing. And you really believe that it's just a handful of white people around the world that the only reason they billionaires is just because they happen to be smarter than everybody else. Y'all really believe that? Or that they more brutal? That you really believe that a handful of people were able to colonize, conquer, and maintain a stranglehold on the whole entire planet because they just had more military might, that they were more militarily, strategically sharp than the rest of y'all. Really believe that bullshit? Y'all really believe that bullshit? Y'all really do. And the reason why is because your mind will not allow you to at least entertain the possibility that this split in your consciousness, your left brain versus your right brain, your conscious mind versus your subconscious mind, your logical thinking and all versus your emotional thinking. You done been dissected, dichotomized to be able to exploit you. So your quote, your left brain will not allow you to accept that there is a necessity for the right brain in how you experience the world and how you chart your course in this world. So you refuse to believe. When you hear astrology, you automatically put up a barrier. You automatically tune out. It's that woo-woo shit. You automatically, oh, they ain't really no real revolutionary talking about no astrology. Ain't no real revolutionary talking about the moon. Meanwhile, your ass is so-called self-proclaimed revolutionary and cannot figure out why after over 150 years of direct revolutionary conflict, contention with the state, we ain't no better off today than we were 150 years ago. You can't accept the mathematically precise science of astronomy and astrology as sister sciences. You can't accept that. So because you hear stories about Zeus or about Pluto or about Jupiter, and you think that the mythology written about these characters, you read it just like Christians read the Bible, as literal stories that ignorant people believe, not as metaphors for actually historically documented events, anthropomorphized to speak a general language to those who do not focus in those areas of science. You hear the story of Zeus and you see in your mind's eye the same thing Christians see when they talk about Jesus, or when they read the great miracles of the great patriarchs, how Moses stood up with a literal wand in his hand and split the Red Sea in half, and you could see all the animals swimming as they walked across dry land, and how that same parted Red Sea gobbled up and drowned all them evil ass black-skinned Egyptians. You believe that shit just the way it's written. That's what I was telling y'all last week. Y'all be reading these stories so literally because your brain has been dichotomized. Your brain has been dichotomized. And so you will read these stories, even if they're like, African stories or Kemetic stories or Native American stories or South American stories, indigenous mythologies from the, and you read the shit the same way Christians read their Bible, literally. You do. You read it literally. So I read a story to you last week about the queen, any queen of Egypt. Her title was the Serpent of the Nile, through which the nourishing waters flowed from her mouth, right? And how the Pharaoh was always seen as what? The physical incarnation or the physical manifestation of the sun god Ra. He was Ra. That's nobody even debated it. If he Pharaoh, it means he is Ra personified. If she is queen, it means she is the serpent of the Nile, the goddess personified. And so I read you a story where the story says something to the effect, really beautiful story about how Pharaoh, as the sun god Ra, must prepare himself. So he enters into this relationship with the great serpent so that he can prepare himself for his soul, for his journey through the underworld on his solar boat. Remember me? I was like, damn, that's real pretty, ain't it? That's a beautiful story where he must prepare himself for his journey into the underworld on his solar boat. And I was like, y'all realize I just read y'all pornography, right? And everybody up on here was tripping. Like, what you mean? What you mean you just read pornography? I said, that story is a pornographic story in the language of the day, in the understanding in the language of the day. So instead of, like you would say, if you were the personification, as a male. If you was the personification of the sun god Ra today, you would not say, boo, my partner, she who is the serpent of the Nile, through which the nourishing waters flow. You feel me? That wouldn't be what you say. You would come home from work and she would already be asleep, and you would tap her on her ass because you know that you had a long day and you need to get some booty so you can fall into a coma. So you ain't having a disturbed sleep. You can have a deep and profound and restful sleep in the hours of the night, so that you can wake up well rested when you resurrect at the time that the sun breaks the horizon in the morning. He was saying, boo, I know you sleep, but I'm gonna need some booty before I go to sleep so I can sleep good, so I can have enough energy to go to work tomorrow. Because she is the serpent of the Nile. What's the serpent of the Nile? The vaginal canal. What is the mouth? What you call the mouth today. What did I tell y'all about the song from Arrested Development? Thrusted in the world. Let's see. Thrusted in the world, minding my own. Nope. That's not it. Dude, I gotta remember this song, man. Shoot. Ooh, this is gonna drive me crazy. But anyway, he talks about his birth as the sun. He talks about his birth as the sun. And where did he say he is born from? From my mama, from between my mama's lips, between my mama's hips. We call it lips. We call the vagina lips. That's what labia means in Greek, two lips. Our lower mouth. Why? Because historically, the vagina has been seen as the great serpent who opens through these lips. The serpent's body is inside. The lips are the exit and the entry. What was the serpent called? The great serpent called? The great enveloper. The great enveloper. What is she enveloping? Because you're not enveloping when you're giving birth. What is the great enveloper? You are taking in what? A penis. That's what she's enveloping with her mouth. Both mouths. That's what she's enveloping. You feel me? And so I'm telling y'all keep getting stuck on the literal stories from every mythology. From every mythology. You get stuck on the literal in your mind. You start seeing these images literally. And so you are always led astray about what these stories were meant to tell you. That's why the stories are so long living. It is to ensure that future generations are not led astray by potential rogue forces trying to take over. But you have to read this shit in a way that serves your present life. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Is, are you ready to contend? Are you ready to contend? Stop seeing our heavenly siblings. Our heavenly siblings. We as Earth, one entity, Earth, us in it, Earth. All of us is Earth, one singular Earth. Our Earth and its heavenly relationship with its siblings, the sun, the moon, Venus, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto. You feel me? These are our galactic siblings. We have a direct relationship with them, no different than our own organs communicating with each other, even as they have their own nature and personifications and tasks. That one could not do what it needs to do without the others. I'm just telling you. So that was my frustration about the lunar eclipse. Overall, I had an amazing experience. It was beautiful. But then when I got up the next morning and this sister had sent me this link from the observatory, and they were literally casting a spell from LA on the top of this mountain at an observatory that used to be a Masonic temple, which is the highest building in the city of Los Angeles and the second largest vortex in the country. And y'all say y'all trying to contend. And I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You are not willing to even do the small things. What's going to happen when I call on you to come to Los Angeles and sit on top of the same vortex to execute a mass ceremony, a mass ritual? I don't know. I don't know. But this period is the period for taking serious risks on behalf of what it is we say we vow. To be able to be willing to, not only willing, to be enthusiastically, ecstatically participatory in those things that we say we are willing to do to change the damn world. No grudging shit. No, damn, I got to do it. None of that. None of that. None of that. None of that. No laborious shit. None of that. We have to be enthusiastically willing to execute our mother's will in the real world, in real time. In real time. Now, that's that part. Are you really ready to contend? The second part of that is we already know what we're trying to do is remember. It's to recall. We already know. Now, if you are in any kind of indigenous spiritual system, then typically there is a unity of understanding, which is that we choose our lives. That at some juncture, before we became a material force, we were a part of the greater body of the entire universe, omnipotent. Time did not exist. We are aware of all times and all dimensions simultaneously. And so we are able to see, we are able to chart our course. And we look down on Earth, being able to see the past, present, and future simultaneously and say, these are going to be my parents. These are going to be my parents because this particular life in this incarnation that I have the potential to have is going to inform the great collective of something that can assist in our evolution, right? And hold on, let me throw another shoe at this door. And so that's what we do. That's across the board. Anybody, any spiritual tradition that believes in reincarnation, that's the general similarity. There might be differences in other ways, but that's the general similarity, is that we choose our life. The Indians or the Hindus call it choosing your karma, and so on and so on and so on, right? So if that's the case, and you say that's what your belief system is, right? That in purposeful, aware and deliberate reincarnation, right? Then you already know the journey is to remember. The journey is to remember why you chose this life. The journey is to recall the destiny you saw in store for this particular incarnation, right? So we already know the way that we quote pray, the way that we quote do affirmations and meditations is latent with uncertainty. I'm telling you, it's latent with, it's burdened by uncertainty. It's burdened by it. That's why I say we do not pray, we conspire. I was reminded when I was thinking about this today, the thing that I'm always going to bring up is, what's her name? The Sister Abrams, who wrote the initiation rituals in the book, right? Abiola Abrams. And she said, I'm a novice. And so, the Bible tells us we're going to learn how to predict the future. And he started taking out some leaves, right? And he starts talking about herbs. And she looked confused and she said, hey, I thought we was going to learn how to predict the future. And he looked confused by the question. He was like, don't you know we predict the future by creating it? We predict the future by creating it. To do that is to go into ceremony asking to remember. That's what I've done. I'm certain of my role in the world, but help me remember with clarity. You feel me? Like, can you help me to recall with clarity the details, the ins and outs? That's what you ask for in ceremony, because it's already there. And what you have pushed away and reduced in its significance as subconscious mind. It's what you've reduced as just dreams, just entertainment for the sleep phase. It's what you have reduced to as insignificant in, quote, the real world. The things that you come here with as instruments and tools to help chart your course on the completion and fulfillment of the destiny you chose. You chose. So when you're going into these ceremonies, instead of these ambiguous, weird ass bland ass, monotonous ass, boring ass, quote, affirmations and meditations. You need to be sitting in a place where you are calling on your inner self. You are calling on your ancestors within your flesh and DNA, within the code that's in your body, to say, help me recall the decision I made in this moment. Help me recall what I already know. Help me recall what I already know. Give it to me in a dream. Give it to me in a sign. Give it to me in a waking vision. But help me to recall ancestors. Help me to recall spirit guides. Help me to recall Orisha or whoever it is that you pray to or ask for assistance from. Help me to recall what I already know. Help me to recall what I already know. Because in the noise of the world that is constructed right now, it is difficult to recall with clarity why we chose this life. So yes, you will need assistance, but baby, you have to be clear about what it is you're asking for. You have to be clear about what it is you're asking for. Something else happened this weekend. I consulted with a lot of people this week. I read a lot of people this week, and every single interaction was a breakthrough. Every single one. And two things actually that I'll probably discuss a little later because it's more relevant to that. But two of those things was about some of the quote, I get it. The information is mountainous. There's so much information in the world about how to become an enlightened person, how to engage in spirituality if you're new, how to all these things, right? And so it makes it very, very difficult to narrow. You feel me? I have been in the same place, but I am telling you what I always tell you. Yes, you are a sovereign being. Yes, you have your own peculiar destiny that is important in the grand tapestry of this life. But also, yes, you need a mentor. I don't care. I don't care. That is something that right now my foot is dug into. Every one of us needs a mentor, especially when the information that is coming into our brains in mass this period is so vast. We're gaining so much access to information so radically that there's no way realistically on your own to disseminate, to discern, to extract from what's for you and what sounds good but does not apply to your life. You need a mentor. You need a mentor. Because there are things that have happened this week with people who consulted with me. And two of those things that have happened this week that have continuously come up over the last 2 or 3 months is one, about this concept of Kundalini rising, and two, about chakra work. Kundalini rising and chakra work. Okay. I'm not going to go into a long, deep diatribe about it because I got a lot I still need to discuss with you. But in the West, right, in America in particular, over the last 140 years, there have been these back-to-back emergences of seemingly new spiritual ideologies, new spiritual movements, right, that have ebbed and flowed over the last 140 years. With the Age of Enlightenment, with the Gilded Age, and all of these esotericists that sprung seemingly from out of nowhere during the Gilded Age, and all of the cults that also emerged simultaneously with these, quote, new thoughts, new spiritual ideologies that were intertwining like a freaking wave. Okay. And I've told y'all in different types of lives some similar things, but I am going to tell you that the state, as an instrument of coercion, the state, the government. So let me clarify. The state is the government. The state is religious institutions. The state is media. The state is everything that exists that maintains a split that naturally would not occur. That split right now is those few on the top who run, own, and control all wealth on earth, who control the means of production and the social, together, collective production of all wealth, but you ain't got no access to it. You create it, you generate it, but you can't access it. You get just enough of it to keep you just alive enough, not to fight, but just alive enough to continue to produce. You don't have enough energy, you don't have enough health, you don't have enough strength, you don't have enough clarity to buck against what unnaturally wouldn't, what in the world naturally would not occur. But you are just given enough in terms of sustenance, in terms of pay, in terms of place to live. You're given just enough to produce, but to not give you the mental clarity, the time, the space, the relaxation to buck against the shit. That's the state. And all of those institutions that I named are what make up this body, this instrument called the state. You understand me? And so I'm telling you that in these since in the last 140 years in particular, these new age movements, these new thought movements, I just heard a preacher talking today about the explosion in the 1960s of the spirit of revival, the spirit of the Holy Ghost moving through America. And this was what was called the Age of Fire in the 1960s by the church, the Age of Fire, which was an explosion of revivals. You feel me? All of this shit is happening in the same context. Mormonism, what's that other thing called? Seventh-day Adventist. Seventh-day Adventist started as an identified cult. Bet you didn't know that. As an identified cult. Seventh-day Adventism, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Nation of Islam. This is all happening in the same period. All of these explosions of new spiritual thought movements across the board, cults and quote legitimate church or temple institutions. You feel me? And in them woven into them all. And this is the deep dive that I'm on, y'all, and have been on for 5 years. Woven into every single solitary one is the presence of the state. The state exists in all of them. The state exists in all of them. So you think that the spiritual jargon and the spiritual ideology that you researching on YouTube to figure out how you can align your chakras by yourself, or how you can stimulate the Kundalini rising energy by yourself, and all of that shit, the state has fully infiltrated every spiritual space, every quote alternative medicine what's the word I'm looking for? Every area of what you call alternative medicine, the state is up in there. The state is fully comfortable the fuck up in there. And so in real time, when I'm consulting as a wellness consult with some young person that tells me that their health and their body has not been the same, that they have been hospitalized as a consequence of doing Kundalini work, unguided, with no background, not even a YouTube video research about the negative possibilities that come from guided Kundalini work. And they are sitting in front of me, having lost 30 pounds since the day they started the shit, have been hospitalized 4 times since the day they started the shit. And another person, this was within 2 months, another person going to a retreat, a Kundalini rising retreat, facilitated probably by some white boy or some white girl who went to India for 6 weeks to do the shit themselves, and then come back, call themselves masters, and want to facilitate for everybody else. And this person comes back and his body has not been the same since. Uncontrolled. Apparent mini seizures. Uncontrolled body movements. Completely coherent, uncontrolled body movements that hurt when he jerks. And y'all out here playing with this shit, and you don't have any mentors, and you also do not have the wherewithal to recognize that the state has infiltrated every last one of these spaces. You need a mentor. You need a mentor. You need a mentor. You need somebody. Listen, I have watched. I would never, and I worked under a woman who was the descendant of a 15-generation line of Ayurvedic practitioners, both the spiritual aspect and the administration of therapy in Ayurveda. 4 years, she was my mentor. And I, who am well-versed and schooled in the shit, would not ever call myself a master of this medicine, capable of facilitating a Kundalini rising session with 30 people in the damn room. I would not do that. That is an audacity and an arrogance that I've only seen in one place. And I don't have to be specific for y'all to know what I'm talking about. I would not do that. I would not do that to human beings. I have watched, you can Google traditional Kundalini rising sessions in India of Indians, by gurus, by people who do this, who were raised in the culture, taught in the culture, who are completely enveloped by their culture. And it is not something that is pristine and pretty. Kundalini rising rituals, ceremonies, that shit is vicious. Grown men with white hair sobbing and can't control their bodies, laying on the ground like they are literally possessed by an entity trying to tear them in half. That shit is not for the faint of heart. Same thing with chakra alignment and quote chakra work. First of all, this ain't your culture. That's my first thing. This is not your culture. Kundalini rising, language, this is not your culture. Chakra work, ceremony, this is not your culture. So if it is not your culture, and this is not a criticism, it is an acknowledgement that these things evolved over eons, over ages, over thousands of years, specifically to address the needs and the lived experience of the people of the culture. Of the people of the culture. Now, yes, we can acknowledge the significance of chakras in our lives. But when you're talking about, it's like I sat with somebody and they were talking about how, I've been going through some things, and this is where I've been feeling blocked. I feel like it's my heart chakra that's blocked. You feel me? And so I've been doing some chakra work to try to open up my heart chakra. I said, for what? What is it you're trying to accomplish? What you mean? I just want to open up my heart chakra. For what? What is it that your chakra, quote, in your mind being closed, how is it manifesting in itself in your life right now that you have made this recognition in your mind through self-diagnosis that you need to open that which is closed? Tell me what it is you are experiencing in real time. And they look confused, and rightfully so, because nobody that's been talking about chakra work has been asking those questions of people who say they need chakra work. I said, first of all, we haven't even talked about what you're experiencing, but I can tell you your heart chakra is not the issue. That's not your problem. Now, what your problem is, if you want to use the language of chakras to explain what you are experiencing, if you want to use the language of chakras, your heart chakra is not your primary issue. It's your secondary issue. With the symptoms that you are describing, the physical symptoms that you are describing are because your throat chakra is closed. Your throat chakra is closed. You have been carrying in your body, in your organs, things that your organs are fighting like hell to have an exit for, a way to express themselves. And because you are fearful of using your throat chakra, you have kept it closed. That fire of the heart that would have its natural escape through the expression of the different emotions of these organs, that fire is being held hostage in your chest. It's a secondary issue. You do not speak. Not only do you not speak, you smile all the time to hide that which is trying to come out. You wear the mask of a smile. Every person that is always happy, always comfortable, you wear that mask. So even though you come on the call with me smiling like your beautiful self, what is the first thing I said to you? what is wrong with you? You do not look like yourself today. Even though she's smiling, big. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? But if you do not have the information, child, it's like pulling at straws. To quote, just do some chakra work, but you do not, first of all, you do not know how to self-diagnose. You don't have enough information to self-diagnose. Then on top of that, what does it mean to open a chakra that you think is blocked? What is going to happen with those other chakras? This is an intimately related, this is an intimate relationship between your chakras. Because what is your chakras in the Western world? Does anybody know what your chakras are in the Western world, in Western science, in Western language? Anybody venture a guess about what we call our chakras? What is that in Western language? What's the chakras in Western language? Primarily. Anybody? I'm not asking the square. That's one aspect, but something more primary than even the organs. Something more primary than even the organs. The endocrine system. It's your endocrine glands. The endocrine glands. Those glands that produce all the hormones that you produce, those are produced, all the hormones in your body are produced by your endocrine system, your endocrine glands. Your hypothalamus, pituitary gland, and pineal gland, your thyroid, your thymus, your pancreas, your gonads, whether those are ovaries or whether those are testes, you feel me? Your all of your digestive endocrine glands, right? Those all the glands that produce all the hormones that you produce in your body. Those are the direct language in Western medicine to what you call the functions of the chakras, whether those are the emotional, because your hormones are also responsible for your emotional responses. Okay. So you produce those hormones in ebbs and flows based on your senses interpretation of external and internal stimuli. External and internal stimuli. That's why these sense organs that correspond with your chakras are so important. Those senses that you have are there to interpret your relationship to the external environment, and whatever is happening in your internal environment is what we call our corresponding internal senses. That's it. So when you're talking about chakras and you're using the language of chakras and it's not your culture, that's fine. What you're talking about, again, is about how we see everything so literal. When I was talking about, like the serpent and the Nile and so on and so forth, we see everything so literal that we, again, further that dichotomization that's been imposed on us. All the ancients who were also medical practitioners were saying with the chakras is the same thing that we say when we're talking about the endocrine gland and imbalances and disharmonies in the endocrine system. Do you understand what I'm saying? And those senses, your internal senses and your external senses, are always processing information about your beingness in the environment, and then constantly sending in information through the senses, through the sense of touch, taste, sight, smell, and sound, sending information to the hypothalamus, which then communicates to the pituitary gland, and then the pituitary gland sends messages to the different endocrine glands on how to adjust accordingly for the external environment. You understand what I'm saying? This way that I teach y'all is important because I am trying to bridge this chasm that has been imposed on you, left brain versus right brain, instead of right and left brain working harmoniously with one another. Conscious mind versus subconscious mind versus subconscious mind, instead of conscious and subconscious mind working harmoniously, ebbing in and out of one another, trading information that is presently useful. I'm trying to bridge these dichotomies. That's what it means to become whole human. When I'm always talking about creating the new whole, I'm talking about us as individuals having been dichotomized, and also the world, us having been dichotomized from one another, us having been dichotomized from our earth, us having been dichotomized in this spirit versus flesh goddamn dogma. You feel me? It's important to teach this way. I can do this shit all night, but I'm not gonna. But I hope that made sense, because what will happen if you are not well informed? You will hurt yourself. You will hurt yourself. You will set yourself back. And I'm not just talking about physically hurt yourself. When I talked about the state having infected and infiltrated all of these spiritual and alternative medicine spaces, you will be one to some shit, one to participate into some shit, one to follow some shit that does not have your best interest at heart. But because it sounds good and it's kind of sort of in alignment with those things that you done learned already, and you have not acquired the spirit of discernment through a mentorship that would not only feed you the information, but give you the opportunity to test what you've learned to see if it applies to you. Y'all ain't had that. Everything ain't for everybody. Everything ain't for everybody. So even if it sounds wonderful, what is the translation of a belief system? What is the point where that belief system, what you've heard and it sounds good to you, what is the translation or the process from taking, quote, what you believe and making it a material force? That means the idea becomes a material force. That whole thing y'all be hearing in the law of attraction where a thought becomes a thing. Honey, there's a process. There's a process that you must be engaged in before the thought becomes a thing. But you believe that the quote, science of manifestation, you just think real hard. You just focus real hard, and there's no action required. There's no testing of ideas that is required. It is the testing that allows us a thing, an idea that you have, to become a part of your very lived, material, fleshly experience. And then that thing becoming a part of your flesh will dictate how you move in the world, will transform how you behave in the world, will change how you interact with other human beings. But it is not until it becomes a material force. That's why y'all get caught up into the next thing. Beautiful segue, let me tell you, because the next thing was this: to beware spiritual betrayal. See how I segued into that bullet point? To beware spiritual betrayal, or betrayal in spiritual spaces. Because again, it is the action. It is the testing of ideas. You hear something that's radical. Ooh, that shit was, man, I heard this lecture. You feel me? I saw this person on YouTube that was putting it down. What's the next step? To just keep listening to what they got to say? No. The acquisition of ideas demands that what you hear that sounds good may even resonate with your spirit, give you little spidey senses, a flare, have your little hairs tingling. You feel me? Now, the next thing is, I heard XYZ, this, that, and such. That shit set my spirit ablaze. Now let me go out here in the world and test the shit to see if it's something that I need to keep as a part of self, or leave where it is as just a really great idea that does not apply to my lived experience. Y'all want to do that. That's why gurus, shamans, yogis, swamis, preachers, priests, politicians, that's why y'all stay being betrayed by people with titles. Because you just hear the good idea, but you've never been taught that it is not enough to accept an idea in your brain and call it a belief and not test that idea to see if it makes sense in your lived experience, in your material experience. This is the dichotomization that I'm talking about between spirit and flesh, the spirit versus the flesh. Y'all always talking about ascension. I'm telling you, ascension talk to I'm trying to ascend. I want to become enlightened. What's the other one y'all be using? I'm gonna ascend to the 5D. All that bullshit y'all be talking on automatic regurgitation of what you have always heard. You feel me? And never taken enough time to give new language to. That shit is patriarchal language. What do I mean when I say this shit is patriarchal language? I did a whole long deep dive with y'all about the chakras, as a matter of fact. Let me see if I can find this little diagram I put y'all up on. And I got to go let one of my cats out of the room. Maybe she'll stop cutting the clown long enough for me to teach y'all some things. Here it is. So remember this long deep dive I did with y'all about the chakras, right? And how the chakras, aside from just being something that helps us, heal ourselves or whatever, the chakras, I'm trying to diminish the glare. The chakras are a real-time, you as a human, you as an individual, say this is just you, okay? This crossroads here at the cross that you see in every spiritual system, there's always a cross at the heart, Jesus in the cross at the heart, and all of that shit. This is a cross at the heart because the heart, your heart as an individual, represents the horizon. When you look out over the horizon, you feel me? And you see a straight line, whether you're looking out at the ocean, whether you're looking out at the earth, you see a straight line where heaven and earth meet. This straight line, this straight horizontal line is what you're looking out at. This straight line is what you're looking out at. Okay? It's the horizon. Your heart represents the horizon. In your body, these chakras that we call below the heart, the solar plexus, the navel chakra, and the root chakra, these are called your earthly chakras. In your body, they are a representation of earth in your body. All of those chakras that rest above the heart, the throat, the third eye, and the crown chakra are called your heavenly chakras. You, as an individual, are a representation of the union, of the meeting here at the heart of heaven and earth. That's what it means, at least esoterically. You, as an individual, are a real-time representation of the union of heaven and earth. Okay? And this point here, this long stem here, is about the journey up and down. Not one way. We always talk about ascending. I'm going to ascend. I'm going to ascend. I'm going to ascend. That's not how the chakras work. Now I'm talking Western medicine. Okay? That's not how the chakras work. They do not go in one direction. They don't go in one direction. This is a cyclical relationship, ebbing up and down. So when you talk about your kundalini here, right? The kundalini, the coiled serpent at the base of the spine. And the kundalini needs the opportunity through stimulation. What primary stimulation is required for the stimulation of the kundalini? What's the primary function required, activity required to stimulate the sleeping coiled serpent at the base of your spine? Anybody? Sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse. Now, just for those of you who are not cishet, sex. Sex. You feel me? So if you are gay, sex is still required to stimulate the sleeping coil that rests at the base of the spine. It is the easiest way to healthfully stimulate the sleeping serpent. That sleeping serpent moves from earth, from the earthly realm, up through the heavenly realm. And once that burst of enlightenment occurs as the serpent springing forward out of your forehead, it doesn't just permanently stay there. What will happen after a rigorous dance with an actual cobra? It will do what it need to do, and then it'll retreat. The serpent goes back into the coil state of sleep or inactivity. This is a constant ebbing and flowing. When Jesus says that there is no way, you as a human on earth, there is no way to heaven but through me. There is no way to the Father but through me. He is being literal. There's no way from earth to heaven but through the heart. But through the heart. There's no way. But the other is true too. But we ignore it because even this symbol has been dichotomized by the white world in particular, and by patriarchy in particular, and the white world as its most recent personification of patriarchy. That it's just a top-up relation. You must escape the earth in order to achieve salvation. You must escape the flesh in order to achieve salvation. You must escape, if you're talking spiritual esoteric, you must escape the flesh. You must ignore the desires of the flesh. You must fast and meditate and chant Om and all of these things. You must torment the flesh. You must, what's the other word? You must deprive the flesh in order to ascend, right? Negating the fact that what this symbol here teaches us is that you come to earth. You come to earth from where? From heaven. You come to earth to have a necessary fleshly experience, lived experience, material experience. You come from heaven, right? And then as flesh, you have the opportunity to experience heaven in the flesh through what? The open mouth of the serpent, the worshiping at the lotus of your mother's feet, to make offerings to the hearth of the home. What do we say the hearth of the home was? The uterus. What do we say the hearth of the home was? Your mother's lap. That we can experience in the flesh heaven. This is what ascension is. It is to go in and through to become enlightened. That's why sexual activity is the easiest way to, quote, ascend, to experience heaven on earth, to move in a dynamic way through the earthly realm into the heavenly realm. But everything that we have been taught in every spiritual system has been about escaping the flesh, because patriarchy hates the mother, hates anything that resembles the mother, hates anything with a female body, with a female articulation. So even if you weren't born female, even if you do not have a vagina, and you express yourself in your femininity as one born not female, your oppression and exploitation is because patriarchy hates female bodies. You have to be an ally to the image of the mother in real time. It is within the mother's embrace that you too will be able to experience liberation. You feel me? This shit is deep. Because even as I'm talking to you about ideas, this is the heavenly realm. This is the heavenly realm. Ideas becoming a material force, becoming a part of your flesh, a part of your DNA memory, a part of your actual code. That synaptic activity that happens where two synapses come together and they are illuminated by a spark of light, that is what helps people to identify that two things come together, and this is an identifiable new belief structure that is now a part of flesh. That part of flesh being illuminated by an actual identifiable spark of light. Just like when the sperm finally penetrates the egg, it's marked by a spark of light. That's illumination. Not this chronic living in the light. I want to live in the light. Oh, we got to pray for the light. That's not what illumination is, baby. That's not what breakthrough is. It is these momentary bursts of light, bursts of energy that mark an emergent moment. That moment where an evolutionary process, something that has been happening and happening and happening, a change that's been occurring and occurring and occurring. And at the moment that the evolutionary process is complete, it is marked by a spark of light. It is baptized in a spark of light in the midst of dark. They are not opposed, dark and light. They are supposed to be synergistically working in and out, flowing and ebbing in and out of one another. So this ascension language that y'all be talking to, this is where the idea occurs. This here is where you speak the idea. This right here, the throat chakra, this is whatever is ruminating here. This is where you speak it. And in the speaking of the idea, you inform others. This is our connection to one another, the heart. This is the connection to one another. Once you speak the thing, you take it from here. And I got this idea, and I know it's going to sound crazy, but I know somebody going to feel me. And once you actually speak it, and then you speak it, and it hits the hearts of others, and they're like, damn, that shit so sound radical, but let's go. And then those skills come together. It is this moment where you think the thing, you say the thing, you galvanize the support in the material world that you need to execute the thing, then the thing becomes a material force through these processes here. I hope I wasn't too deep with y'all about that. But it's purposeful. It's necessary, and it's purposeful, because we will even keep the idea of, quote, chakra work as this purely intangible, esoteric, somewhere the fuck out there, somewhere philosophy talking about I'm going to align my chakras and then turn in on ourselves, feel bad, feel guilty, feel deficient when the, quote, chakra work we did don't make us feel better. When the chakra work I did the exercises, I did the meditations, I chanted the words, oh, but I don't feel better. Baby, it's because you live in a material world. You live in a material experience that needs to be transformed. And so while you can take the ideas like chakras and kundalinis, you have to apply them in the material world. You have to take these ideas, which are radical and are useful, but they have to be applied in the material world. They have to be applied in your flesh, and y'all don't do that. Y'all do meditations and shit. That's not If you're gonna do chakra work, then you need to take a crash course in the function of the function and the relationship of your endocrine system. This is where esotericism and the physical world meet, and now together with both halves of the relationship together, you can make some shit happen. You have to know it. You have to know the science. You feel me? You have to know it. And so on IG, I'm gonna have to come back on. It's about to shut down. You have to know the science. And that's why I be doing these ebbs and flows when I do what I do with you guys about, like, when I'm teaching you like 5 elements theory, or whether I'm teaching you about whatever it is on any given 8 principles or whatever. That's why I love the system of medicine, because if you learn it in a way that is presently practical and applicable, even the esoteric aspects of it solve real world problems for you. I'm talking about real world. I'm talking about understanding Chinese medicine and being able to see in political spaces that which I never could as a revolutionary for 15 years. Having absolute breakthroughs through the language of traditional Chinese medicine, 5 elements theory, and, and the classics and all of this shit. It wasn't until I had this language that helped me see even deeper that which I had been learning as a revolutionary in a cadre formation organization for 15 years. I want you to see that way. I want you to be in an instant able to move from one deep idea or concept to another and make the immediate connection between the two. And the rest of the world had never even seen that they were connected. That's the way I want you to see the world. This is what it means to bridge, to mend the dichotomies imposed on us. That's what it means. That's what it requires. for us to become whole humans. Now, so let me mark off all these bullet points, okay? The one more thing that I will say about this horizon that we call the heart, right? This horizon between heaven and earth, okay? Trying to get the glare off, okay? Is that this here is, so when I talk to you about 5 elements theory, because I may have to do a separate live because I'm not even remotely close to what I was going to discuss tonight. So I may do another live tomorrow to talk about the liver. But in the discussion of the liver, based on this idea here, okay, based on chakra philosophy and juxtaposing it next to traditional Chinese medicine and what it has to say about 5 elements theory. You feel me? So I'm working on this concept called We the Tree. You feel me? We the Tree. And the reason We the Tree is because I just told you, if you're looking at the chakra, and that's why we call it a family tree, by the way. If you're looking at a chakra, like the way I drew it, you're looking at a tree. The tree, right, represents you as a human. You've got those roots in the ground as a representation of your root chakra. Those roots also represent what? The roots of your existence. So I would say the way we do family trees is actually wrong, but you know what? I won't digress. Let me tell you why. I would say that the way we draw and develop family trees is wrong. I'm going to tell you why in a super condensed version. Because we are the tree. And as the tree, let me go free my cat. They'd have been on punishment long enough. Let me go let her out the room because now she's cooking the clown. Give me just a second. It'll give me time to drink some more water. Maybe I ain't doing too much. So we, the tree. So when you look at a family tree, whether it's typed out or whether it's an actual tree, you always have your ancestors on the top of the tree in the leaves and carrying on, right? But that, in my estimation, that's wrong. And the reason why is because I'm going to be talking to you about the liver. And the liver is what? The liver is the wood element, also known as the tree. Okay? So walk with me. So if we are the tree, actually, I probably should do that. That's fine. I should have did it bigger, but okay. So let me do it like this. All right. I think this is empty. Child, I go through so many pens. It's ridiculous. I'm constantly picking up empty, dead pens. Okay. All right. So we the tree. Okay. So you got the tree. Okay. If we were to, based on chakra language and based on 5 elements theory, if we were to do an honest tree, like family tree, right? Then, now this is we the tree, okay? You as the tree, all right? Then it would be, it would be more like this. Your grandma and grandpa on your mama's side, your grandma, your grandpa on your daddy's side. You feel me? and so on, your aunties, all the branches, your aunties, and uncles, and great grandparents, and all the things, all the greats, right? Would make up this structure here, which makes perfect sense, right? If you were doing a family tree the way that these esoteric sciences have taught us about who we are, then this would be where all your ancestors would be. Actually, in the ground, you feel me? And made up the foundational structure of what their lineage is to become. So now, if I had, the wherewithal, and this is something I'm going to be working on, you feel me? But I just told you that according to the chakra system, you feel me? This would be the heart. Now, there was another picture I showed y'all last week, right? This would be the heart, where heaven and earth meet. This is the heart, where the tree, the family tree, does what? Busts through the surface of the earth. You feel me? What else is this a metaphor for? This is also a metaphor for that moment where your big ass head cracks your mama's uterus open, cracks her body in half to break through to light. You see? That moment right there where heaven and earth meet is also a representation of that moment when your mama, her uterus, expels you so that you can have your own experience in heaven. In heaven. You feel me? In when I was talking to you last week, I can't find the diagram right now, but when I was talking to you last week about the earth, about the remember I was talking to you when I drew the picture? Oh, I have it right here. Damn, I had it. What y'all did with my stuff? Y'all be just destroying stuff and moving stuff. Remember I told you this is the first painting I've done in like 20-some years. And it came to me when I was having a discussion with y'all about the Jesus fish and how we learned in the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects that what is it? What's it called? The Vesica Pisces. The Vesica Pisces, right? Which is the Jesus fish, right? The little whoop, whoop. The Vesica Pisces is literally, not figuratively, literally the open vagina of a woman delivering a child. It is that moment when the child, the fish, represents both the vagina and the child's head as it's crowning, as it's going from the dark to the light, as it's going from the unseen to the seen. So when you see the Vesica Pisces, even though the baby is coming out of the woman's vagina, it is a metaphor about her uterus. Why? Because I told you that the uterus in Chinese medicine is the lower palace. The lower palace, the place where spirit comes to what do they call it? What's the word they use? Hold on. Where spirit is a very beautiful poetic thing. That's why I'm being very specific about what I say. Hold on. Where the womb, the lower palace, brings spirit into form. Where the womb brings spirit into form. And what did I tell you was significant about the lower palace is that it is directly connected to the heart. That's why when I'm talking about the heart chakra and chakra language being the place where heaven and earth meet, that is not a contradiction, because what did we just learn? That the journey between realms, between the heavenly realm and the earthly realm and the heavenly realm, is represented in different languages and in different cultures as what? I'm drawing, so I ain't dragging y'all along. Is represented as this. As the oh my God. God damn. Whoa. As this. Remember what they called the remember what Barbara Walker called the double energy of the vagina and the uterus. She called it the double energy of the vagina and the uterus. The two-sided gateway. The two-sided gateway. What was that represented as? We talked about one of them earlier. The two-sided gateway that facilitates our journey between realms. This personification of the uterus, aka the vagina, the Vesica Pisces, is the deliverer. He who is born from spirit and becomes damn, what did I just read? God, what was the word? What was the word? Womb transform. The womb brings spirit into form. Where spirit comes into form requires the great deliverer. This symbol stolen by Jesus, who calls himself the great deliverer, but the great deliverer is the mother whose womb brings spirit into form, spirit into an earthly matter. You feel me? And then once you in earthly form and you want to experience heaven again, you can do it in the opposite direction, moving up the chakras through what? The mouth of the serpent of the Nile. Here, this is two ways. If you want to go up to heaven from the earthly chakras, or if you want to come from heaven to a material form, this is the dual function or the two-sided gateway through which that can happen. To be delivered from spirit and given form, meaning to come from the heavenly chakras to the earthly realm, or as flesh, wanting to experience the enlightenment given to us by the two-sided gate or the portal or the gateway, right? Or the stargate, then it is through the other function or personification of that gateway, allowing you to ascend into the heavenly chakras, which is the mouth of the serpent or the serpent of the Nile. You feel me? That all meets at the heart because the uterus directly connects the heart to this spiritual realm. Y'all ain't rocking with me. So what we're looking at and then the last thing I'll say about the role that the liver plays in this picture. Now, this picture is based on chakra theory. Okay. So if we was looking at it without me making it complicated for y'all, right, then we would be looking at, I'll just do it with one pen. Okay. So we would be looking at right. And then okay. So if we were looking at this in chakra form, you as an individual, okay, then your earthly chakras would all lie below the surface of the earth or below the heart. These are your earthly chakras. These are your material force chakras. All your earthly chakras. So this is the moment you're born right here. This heart is the moment you're born. Okay. Once you become a material force and you want to tap into the energy of the heavenly chakras, that's what these are here. This tree is you. This tree part of the trunk, this is you in the present. This trunk of the tree is you in the present. Okay? And this in the leaves, now this is based on chakra theory and 5 elements theory, because I'm going to be talking to y'all about the liver tomorrow, and the liver is the tree. The liver is the wood element. The leaves up here, the big plume of the tree is a representation of all the future possibilities. This is what the leaves represent. This is the highest part of your body. This is heaven. Okay? And so what the tree represents is the future. The roots represent the past. Your trunk, as you, represents your present. And the tree in all of its foliage represents all the possibilities that you can see for your life in this incarnation. That's what the liver does. The liver, which governs your eyes, right? The liver governs your eyes, and it corresponds with the third eye, gives you a vision for the future that you want for your life. The liver gives you clear vision, not only of what you want, but as the general, right? As the general of the emperor's court, the heart is the emperor. As the general of the emperor's court, the liver doesn't just give you a clear vision for your life. It gives you a clear strategy. It gives you the courage to execute the plan and make decisions for how you're going to execute this bountiful, limitless, radical future. This also represents any future offspring that you may have, this foliage. Why? Because if a fruit grows up on this part, right, as a part of the vision for the future, and that fruit has all of its own seeds and potentials for the next generation, that's all included in here, in the visions, in the liver's vision for your future. In Chinese medicine TCM, in 5 elements theory, this here would be the kidneys, or a part of it would be your kidneys. Because the kidneys is what fuels, gives the nourishment, gives the information. Because your kidneys in TCM or in 5 elements theory represents your direct connection to your ancestors. Your kidneys, the root chakra, your kidneys, your gonads, your kidneys, your DNA, represents all of the contributing factors. See all these branches, all these roots that go just as far down into the ground as this foliage goes up into heaven. This is all the contributing factors, all the hidden nourishment. Because where do you nourish the tree? You nourish the tree in the root system, right? You put food in the root system. You water the root system. The nourishment for the future comes from what? The sun. Right? The minerals comes from the earth. The minerals of every tree, of every plant comes from the earth. The vitamins come from sun exposure. That's the science. You feel me? And so this foliage down here in the hidden realms, in the earthly realms below the heart, are just as important for determining your future as anything else. And so here, this is the way a real family tree should look. All your ancestors who are literally in the ground, right? But they're also literally deep inside your DNA code, hidden, waiting to break the surface of the earth, to become an idea that seemingly comes from nowhere, to be enlightened by breaking the surface. All of these hidden gems in the earth, all these golden ideas, platinum ideas, diamond ideas, hidden, waiting for you to allow it the opportunity to burst through the surface of the earth like a new little seedling or a new little sapling. That's an idea fed to you to contribute to the strength of the trunk, the strength of the leaves, and the boldness and the boundlessness of the future and the potentialities of that future. That's the liver that does that for you. I don't know if y'all following me. Let's see. Exactly. Listen, so one of the comments by the person called "You Are Dreaming Right Now." The comment says, "That's so fire. You are absolutely right. Why would the deceased be living on the leaves on the tree? Damn, mind blown. Do you know why? because there is not a space on earth as it is now where patriarchy has not infected it and flipped it the fuck upside down for its own purposes. That's why all of the ancestors up here at the head, right, is what keeps us tied to dogmatic, unflinching, unyielding, rigid holding on to, and reenacting and replication of old antiquated ideas under the auspice of that's how my ancestors always did it. That's how my ancestors always did it. So we got to do it exactly the same way, exactly how they did it 3,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. If you have the ancestors at the head, there is no room up here. If they taken up all the space on all the branches and all the potentialities are tied to an old antiquated way, there's no room to imagine a future. There's no room to imagine a future because you are hog-tied, dang. You are hog-tied dogmatically to a past that will not allow you to break free, that will not allow you to see more. That's why I am convinced the family tree has literally been flipped upside down strategically through these ideologies to keep you convicted and committed to antiquated ideas that are completely antithetical and opposed to evolution. Here, if your family tree was like this, if you were rooted in and strengthened by those traditions, but still had the ability to grow wild and boundless and unpruned. You understand? And the ancestors are fueling it and giving you secrets on how to do it different than they did it. This way, not being on top of you, top down, but boosting you, nourishing you, fueling you, giving you visions in your sleep. Then this could grow wild and boundless and create more and more opportunities on top of each other. I'm convinced. That's why that's been done. And because the tree in Chinese medicine, Chinese philosophy is considered one of the ultimate yins, right? And yin is always the mother. Then of course it makes sense that they would flip it upside down because they flipped everything to flip upside down. Here they call Jesus Christ the Son of God. Who is God? The great primordial dragon that white boy was just up on the mountain the other night trying to chant down. Jesus is the Son of God if he actually existed. You feel what I'm saying? As a person. Jesus is the Son of God, but God is a material force. God is the earth. God is the trees. God is the water. God is the moon. God is Saturn. God is the roundness of the planets. God is the spiral of the galaxy. And so here, he in death, when they talk about bathing in the blood of Jesus, being born again into a death cult, because the only way for you to be born in Jesus is for him to die. They're telling you in plain sight, unhidden, in real time, that to be quote covered they tell you in plain sight to be covered in the blood of the Lord, to be covered in the blood of Jesus. But because he does not have a sacred portal through which he can bleed, the bleeding has to equate to his death. He had to die in order for you to be covered in his blood. Because the birth that had you covered in blood that got you here, your mama's blood, is not sufficient to be considered sacred. Your birth to not be considered sacred. See, to be covered in your mother's blood is not seen as sacred. As a matter of fact, it is seen as the evidence of you being born in sin. To be born from your mama is to be born from sin. To be covered in her blood is to be born in sin. But since Jesus ain't got no uterus that he can bleed out of, that you can be born out of, he has to replicate and flip inside out the birthing ceremony by his blood that's going to baptize you can only come as a consequence of death. You are literally being, they're telling you, they don't even hide it. You're literally being baptized into a death cult. Baptized into a death cult. And he calls himself, after the philosophical murdering of his own mother, who delivered him. His mama delivered him. Now we can get deeper than that, because in Pure Lust, Mary Daly says the thing out loud that we always knew but never reconciled, that the story of the birth of Jesus was maniacal at best. That Mary, according to theologians, not according to conspiracy theories, that Mary was 14 years old when this ambiguous spirit in heaven, needing to have a material experience, but he hates women. He hates supposedly that which he created. He hates women. And so, unlike the gods before him, the male patriarchal gods before him, who just went around, raping women in the material world, turning into birds or turning into doves or whatever at the time, and becoming material as God and raping women to see themselves in their offspring. This guy, Jesus Father, he hates women's flesh so much that he don't even do that. He's like, she 14, she ain't never been known. I'ma just send an angel down there to inseminate against her will myself that needs to be born as my son in order to save the world. But at the end of the day, even this 14-year-old girl had to go through the birthing ritual that required blood and water for her to, quote, deliver this self-proclaimed God from godhood to a material force. Jesus was delivered by Mary. Jesus was delivered by Mary. But then, in an attempt to erase the significance of his mother, who as a virgin delivered him, gave him the fleshly experience that he needed to do the work to become, quote, the savior, right? That his head, that's why the cross is pictured there in the Vesica Pisces. And you always see the fish with the cross in it, right? That is because that represents Jesus, but it also represents the crossroads at the top of his head when his crown chakra was the first thing to become illuminated. You feel me? And so he calls himself the deliverer, but what are you being delivered into? With a commitment to the personification of a death cult. You're being delivered into a death cult. When he was delivered into a living world. When you are delivered in the blood of Jesus, death is required. And he tells you that you must carry your cross. You must bear your cross. You must bear your burden. You feel me? The greatest thing that you can do is to be a martyr in service of Jesus, is to give your life for others in service of the Lord. It's a death cult. You feel me? And then he turns around after his ass was carried in his 14-year-old mama body for 9 months and delivered through pain and suffering and blood and water. He is delivered into material world and then has the nerve to grow up and call himself the deliverer of all humanity. I'm the great deliverer. I'm the great deliverer. You feel me? I'm the great deliverer. This, what do they call it? Listen, oh. This thing that's hot on the lips of everyone. This thing that's hot on the lips of everyone. The end of the world, the end of days, child. Everybody been talking about this lunar eclipse. This blood moon is a sign of the times. Jesus coming. You feel me? And what? There's an incident in the Bible that these Christians are so excited about. What's the name of the incident that they all looking forward to? What's the name of the incident? The event to end all events. What is the event they looking forward to? Somebody tell me. What's the event they're looking forward to? Y'all don't know? Thank you, Sierra T. This event that they're looking forward to. I'm about to drop one last thing on y'all, and I'm gonna leave y'all alone until tomorrow. I gotta go eat. You feel me? I'm been sitting here for almost 3 hours. I still got a lot more for y'all tomorrow, but I'm gonna have to come back tomorrow. But the event that all the Christians talking about, even the Catholics, all the Christians talking about, what they talking about? They're talking about the rapture of the church. They're talking about the rapture. Now I have a little book that let's see if I can find it quick without having to dig a lot. Let's see, what's it called? It's called what's it called? No, it's not that one. I got a little book. If I can't find it right off rip, I'm gonna have one of y'all do a little research. You feel me? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Damn, what did I do with it? I gotta organize my journals. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Here it is. This is my little journal that I call Unspell the World. This is where I keep all of my little etymological deep dives and studies in. So let's just see what the etymology of the word rapture is. Let's see. I think I got it in here somewhere. I ain't got it in alphabetical order. I just put it in here as it comes to me. I got something else I got to share with you too. Okay. I might have to get one of y'all to look it up for me because and as a part of the astrology, look in the description below. There was this guy, an author, who wrote a book called The Endarkenment. So we talk about the Enlightenment, like the Age of Enlightenment. He calls that same period. He said he calls it the Age of Endarkenment. That we haven't gotten to the point of the Enlightenment yet. That we've been living in the modern dark ages, and he calls it the Endarkenment. I was like, oh shit, right? Okay, so I can't find it. So what I'm gonna need somebody to do, I wrote it down somewhere, but apparently it was not in here. What I'm gonna need somebody to do is take a minute and research for me the etymology of the word rapture. The etymology, not the definition, the etymology of the word rapture. I've written it down somewhere, but I don't remember where. So you're gonna have to look it up for me and then share it on here, copy it and paste it in the comments so I can read it to everybody else. Okay. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and I thought for sure I wrote that in here somewhere. Somebody do that for me now. The etymology of the word rapture. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can share screen. Let's do that. I'll be trying not to do that because my my screen share be causing my shit to slow. View tab. Okay. All right. So this is something else that I was going to talk to y'all about tonight, but we going to switch that up and look for, as a matter of fact, let's do it like this. And then put that like that. Okay. Okay, let's do that. All right. So the word rapture is derived from the Latin raptus, means a carrying off, an abduction. I'm not even going to write this. I'm going to leave it open so I can write it down later. A carrying off, an abduction, a snatching away, or rape. That's the Latin meaning. The word was first used in the 1600s to mean an act of carrying off as prey or plunder. Are y'all listening? As prey or plunder. The word was, let's see. The word rapture comes from the Latin rapier, used by the Vulgate to translate the word harpaz, which is rendered by the phrase caught up. Let's see. So I cannot do it like that. Okay. So let's see. Now, this was the one that I saw. Okay. This is the etymology dictionary. This is the one I originally saw, right? So it has the original carrying off, rape, seizure, kidnapping, abduction, snatching away, right? It also means rape, right? And then at some juncture, its meaning went from those very terrible things: the rapture, the seizure, the rape, the kidnapping, the carrying off, the abduction, the snatching away, the rape. Sometime in history, it switched meanings to mean a sense of spiritual ecstasy, a state of mental transport or exaltation. Okay? The connecting notion is a sudden or violent taking and carrying away. Listen, it said the connecting notion between spiritual ecstasy, a state of mental transport and exaltation. The connection between, can y'all see me? Can y'all see me? Let's see. Okay. The connection between the state of spiritual ecstasy, mental transport, or exaltation to the original meaning implies, quote, a sudden or violent carrying away. The meaning, expression of exalted or passionate feeling in words or music from the 1600s. Now, even this thing that says an expression of exalted or passionate feeling. What do we say passion means? What is the etymological meaning of passion? Anybody remember? I told y'all that recently. What is the etymology of the word passion? Passion literally means to suffer. Passion, in its original origin, means to suffer. Compassion means to suffer with, to carry one's suffering as if it was their own. That's what compassion means. Passion, that we have equated to some kind of sexual, thing or sexual ecstasy, right? Means suffering. So these Christians talk about, we look forward to the day when Jesus come back for the church, when we get carried away in the rapture of the church, the sudden and violent taking away, an expression in, and they are expressing right now. This is the good news. This is the good news. The exalted or passionate feeling of being suddenly and violently carried away, seized, raped, kidnapped, carried off, abducted, or snatched away. This your Bible. This your church. That by the scores of thousands are preaching today about this lunar eclipse being a sign of the day that we can look forward to when we are, quote, while we are exalting, feel me? While we are passionately exalting the freaking figurehead of the war god personified, while we are passionately suffering, while we are passionately exalting the figurehead of the god of war, we will be lamenting to be what? It says here, suddenly, what do they say? That in the twinkling of an eye, one will be in the field, and two men will be in the field, and one will be swept up in the twinkling of an eye, and one will be left behind. What does it say here? The passionate exalted, the exalted, the passionate exaltation of their war god, who they look forward to the day when he will come in the twinkling of an eye, like the act of carrying off by prey, to be seized, raped, kidnapped, carried off, abducted, snatched away, suddenly and violently. That's what they're looking forward to. That's what they're looking forward to. And I'm going to tell you, this shit is so insidious. Because I was just rewatching, it came through my feed today. I was just rewatching the second part of the live that I did for y'all months ago called Jesus, Hurry Up and Come and Get Your Motherfucking People. Y'all remember that live I did? It was two parts. And it was called Jesus, Hurry Up and Come and Get Your People, or something like that, right? Jesus, hurry up and come and get your people. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that once you hurry up and come and get your people, they so excited about this, the good news, the rapture. So we do not have to live in a world dominated by women, because that's what the Revelations is about. The Revelations is about the coming up from the ocean, the dominating from the mountain, the sleeping mother, the whore of Babylon that sits atop a beast of the oak. This is what they are fearing, is the age of the reemergence of the mother. And so they want to be swept away in the embrace of Jesus in the rapture. This is the good news. And so we know that what they talk about in the Revelation is they are terrified, the patriarchs, of this period that promised that women will once again rule the planet and rule in the new golden age, where what does the last golden age say? That people did not have to labor for food, that food was so abundant that no one labored for food, that human beings died of a ripe old age peacefully and painlessly in their sleep, where their spirits came back to earth to walk among humans as gods on earth. This was the last golden age. This is what's being promised in the Revelation, told to you like a horror story, right? And so here it say, this the good news they talking about. This the good news. That there ain't no other definition for rapture. Let me see if I can move the screen up. The word rape means the same thing, right? Y'all can see that there. The word rape means the same thing. To seize, prey, abduct, take, carry off by force. Well, if this is what rapture means, right? what it actually means. I won't even go that deep. But this is what they're looking forward to. And so I was saying in that old live that y'all can go back and revisit, because there was some gems I dropped in there. I was like, damn, there's a whole lot of clips and shorts I need to be making from this one. But it was Jesus, hurry up and come and get your people, part 2. And one of the things that I was talking about in that live was I have a sneaking suspicion that if Jesus is real and that the rapture is actually going to happen, that was the whole basis of the live, then Jesus, can you hurry up and go ahead and come and get your folks? Can you go ahead and hurry this process up, the rapture? Can you go ahead and come and get your peoples? Because I have a sneaking suspicion that with them gone, we can actually get some shit done. We can actually change the planet. We can actually heal the sick. We can actually heal the water and the ozone layer. You feel me? We can actually end suffering. You feel me? We can actually end crime. You feel? I have a sneaking suspicion that once he hurry up and come and get his people, we're gonna see a radical new earth pretty quick. Pretty quick. You feel me? Pretty quick. That was the whole thing. Was go ahead, hurry up and come and get your peoples, and then leave us alone and let us see what we can make pop without your presence in our life. Come get your folks. Come get your folks. You feel me? So the reason I mentioned this word rapture when I was talking to you about the chakra, let's see. You were dreaming right now, says this hella deep, baby, and we just skimming the surface. We just skimming the surface. We just skimming the surface. So I want to tell you that what the Christians are calling the rapture, the great escape. We're gonna escape the tribulation. We're gonna escape judgment. Oh, and let me tell you, in that part too that I just went back to today, I was talking about this movie called Knowing with Nicolas Cage. And I said it didn't occur to me till that day that I did that live that there was a serious contradiction in there. Nicolas Cage was an atheist. His daddy was a preacher. His mama was a preacher's wife. His sister was a devout Christian, chronically asking him, can I pray for you? Can I pray for you? Good Christians, right? And when it came time to quote, rapture the chosen, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh shit. Oh. Goddamn. See, another breakthrough in that moment. When it came time for the rapture, now the breakthrough that I had in the moment when I was talking about Jesus come and get your peoples just had an add-on. When it came time to rapture the chosen, so that they would be spared the judgment, the tribulation, his daddy was a preacher. His mama was a preacher's wife. His sister, hardcore Christian, all said, we ready to meet the Lord on whatever terms he set. So according to the way all these Christians in the world talking, them three should have been caught up too. Them three should have been called too. Them three should have been able to hear the sound of the trump. The sound of the trump. But guess what happened? Nicolas Cage, who was an atheist, and his hardcore Christian family who was ready to meet the maker, they didn't go up into heaven to be spared the rapture. They was right on earth when the earth was burnt up. But guess who did get, quote, called to go up into heaven? What did it say here? Hold on, let me scroll that back down. What did it say here? This is the breakthrough I just had. Who in the movie Knowing got caught up, got called, could heed, the only ones that could heed the call, that could hear the call to get swept up, to be, quote, spared the tribulation? It wasn't his Christian family. It was kids only. So I told y'all in that live, that scene where Nicolas Cage has to give permission to his son to get on the spaceship with the men in black. Remember the men in black? All white, pure white, white eyes, white hair, white eyebrows, dressed in black. Oh, y'all. The whole movie, they the men in black. You feel me? Pure white, men in black, stalking these kids. And every time they stalk the kids, they give the kids these little black rocks, these little black stones. Y'all remember we talked about that? That I didn't know at the time what the significance of the black stone was, but I had some sneaking suspicions that these pure white beings, these pure white, quote, men dressed in all black, stalking the children because only the children could hear them. And every time they made an interaction with the kids, they would leave as a little gift these little black rocks, these little black stones. The name of the movie is called Knowing with Nicolas Cage. Knowing. Only the kids could hear the call. Only the kids could hear the call. And I just had a moment because it didn't occur to me until we talk about what we're talking about now. That if the Christians are looking forward to the rapture, why his people knew, his daddy, his mama, and his sister, who was good, devout Christians, why they didn't hear the call, why they didn't get called up to the Lord to avoid the burning of the earth. Well, according to this definition of the very word itself, of the very event itself called the rapture, listen to what the definition say. The definition says a sudden and violent taking and carrying away. A sudden and violent carrying away. It says a violent and sudden carrying away, taking away, like seizure or rape or kidnapping or carrying off like prey or plunder, carrying off, abduction, snatching away, rape. The earliest attested use in English is with women as objects in the 17th century and rapture. Rapture. The earliest attested use of the word rapture is with women as objects. And in the 17th century, it sometimes meant rape, rapture. Spiritual, you've been taught that spiritual ecstasy, you understand? A state of mental transport. That's what I'm talking about. Betrayal. Beware betrayal in sacred spaces and spiritual spaces. Here it is in plain English. Well, it would make sense that in this movie, Knowing, the only children heeding the call, the only children being given gifts to woo them, the only people heeding the call and being given gifts as a sign of things to come by white men with white hair and white eyebrows and white eyes, dressed in all black, who are stalking children because they are the only ones that can hear. Because apparently the Christians didn't hear the call neither. This old man, his old wife, their young daughter, his young son, they didn't hear the call. The only people in the whole movie that we see getting carried away by the white men with white hair and white eyebrows and white eyes, dressed in all black, is babies. And guess what? The babies aren't by themselves. The babies, as they go into this spaceship with these giant men, beings, men like beings, each one of the little white children are holding a little white bunny rabbit to go into this unknown future. Once Nick Cage is like, oh, I can come with y'all. And the boys say, he says, you can't come with us because you didn't hear the call. Don't this sound like the Pied Piper? Don't this sound like the story? Oh, somebody just said that. Girl, if you don't get out of my head. Somebody literally just said that on my in the comments. Don't that sound like the Pied Piper? And then what happens when Nicolas Cage say, I want to come too, the dudes that are still dressed in black, they light up. And as they light up, the black clothes that they have on them burn off. And then their wings they look like straight up stereotypical textbook aliens. And they have these electric looking energetic wings behind them. So what they was calling the men in black were aliens / angels, right? All white, pure white light on a bed of black stones in a black spaceship, rapturing these white babies to some unknown future, to some unknown realm, some unknown world, to be carried away, kidnapped, seized, abducted, snatched away, similar to women as the objects of the 17th century, these babies. Being convinced through manipulation that this is some type of spiritual ecstasy, some state of mental transport or exaltation. What does that sound like? That shit y'all always be talking about. I'm going to ascend. I'm going to ascend into the 5D. I'm going to ascend. Don't this sound like that? A sense of spiritual ecstasy, a state of mental transport or exaltation that connects in the same way to the notion of a sudden and violent taking or carrying away. Why am I saying that? Because how many, I saw this documentary the other day that hurt my spirit, actually. It hurt my spirit. Because this documentary that was just made this year says that there is an estimated 80 million children that go missing every year. Does this not meet the definition of rapture? An estimated 80 million children on the planet go missing every year. Y'all looking up in the sky for something to come and scoop you up. Meanwhile, 80 million children a year are being what? Carried off as prey or plunder. Seized, raped, kidnapped, carried off, abducted, snatched away. Similar to its use where women were seen as objects in the 1700s, in the 17th century. To achieve what? Maybe for the captors, a sense or state of spiritual ecstasy, a state of mental transport or exaltation. Because what is it that these children are being raptured for? For the corrupt, diabolical longings of people who are the personification of Yang gone rogue, of the sun gone rogue, the destructive nature of the sun gone rogue. And so the only thing that pleases the destructive nature of the sun gone rogue is destruction, is death, is brutality, is brigandage, it's seizure, it's kidnapping, this is what gives the sun gone rogue, the destructive nature of the sun gone rogue, pleasure, is devastation, is what? Passion. What is passion? Suffering. I know that was deep. Thank you. Somebody, Tessa Morgan said, in plain sight, CPS. And here you've got the loudest champions, supposed champions of we just want to save the children. We want to save the children because these corrupt devil worshipers are doing all kinds of terrible stuff to the children, to the children. She even says it in the movie. Oh my God. Oh my God. She says that one of the mothers of one of the children. We have to save the children. Nothing matters but the children. We have to save the children. That's what she says. This is Christians. This is what I'm talking about. This sleight of hand shit. The people responsible for the devastation on the earth, these Abrahamic religions. And I'm saying Christianity is the figurehead. It is the most recent personification of all the ambitions and behaviors of all of these Abrahamic religions. Christianity as the figurehead because it again represents the peak personification of Yang with no yin present. The Son, the God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, all white. You feel me? I'm talking about 5 elements theory. I'm talking about yin yang theory, right? They all talking about save the children, save the children, save the children. You feel me? Meanwhile, it is. And they talking about it's the devil people in Hollywood that are responsible for all these crimes against the children and the trafficking of children. But these people in Hollywood are also what they call the evidence of the devil in Hollywood. Ain't the devil? It's them same Abrahamic religions. It's the same Abrahamic religions conducting in plain sight the thing that the evangelicals call themselves lamenting about. Call themselves lamenting about. You understand? And the other aspect of that, yeah, y'all all got it right. Everybody. Everybody. Yes. And in this movie called Knowing, it just occurred to me now, and it still wouldn't have occurred to me if we not have read the etymology of this word, rapture, that I know all y'all hearing. What they have a new psychological diagnosis called what? Rapture anxiety. That's a diagnosis, y'all. It's now in the, what is it? The American Psychological Association, like the book of diagnosable diseases. It is called rapture anxiety. Well, it's no wonder people are anxious about the word rapture, because somewhere deep in their subconscious, they remember the true meaning of the word. And here Christians made it something glorious and wonderful. And oh my God, I got good news. I got good news. There's another movie. It was actually just like a series, and it was in the 90s remake of The Twilight Zone. There was an episode in the 90s remake of The Twilight Zone where there was a great call that was happening. There was a great call that was happening. You feel me? And all these young people, they weren't kids. They were like young adults, like, mid-20s to mid-30s. All these young people, successful, business owners, stock market, but they heeded the call. And there were just buses and buses and buses as far as the eye could see. And they were in a single file line, piling into the buses, and being told by this dude that looks like a guru. He's got on a long brown robe. He's got a giant staff, and he's been talking to these people. And so they meet him at the buses, and they get on the buses. And when they get on the bus, they couldn't take nothing with them. No worldly goods, no cigarettes, no magazines, only the clothes on their back. That's all they could take with them. And they were so excited. They were like high-fiving each other like, I'm so glad it was us. We heard the call. Yes, this is going to be amazing. We going to a new world. They were hyped. You could just feel the energy through the TV. They on the bus like little kids, just hyped. And then all of a sudden, the dude in the robe stands up and picks up his staff and waves it over them, and they all go to sleep. And as soon as they go to sleep, a massive, like an atomic bomb, a massive white light, like a complete whiteout, That's all you see. And then the next scene is I think 10 years later. The next scene is 10 years later after this whiteout. They living in this big, massive, beautiful community that they've constructed themselves. They done cut down the trees. They done built these beautiful cabins. They have these ceremonies, and the dude in the brown robe is their leader. He's their spiritual leader. He leads in the ceremony and all of these things. And everybody's so happy just working and doing and working together and doing the things. And we did that. We escaped our old life to come and live in perpetual peace and community. They so happy. And then some news sweeps the community. The community is about to welcome its first birth. There's a couple, and they're the first to get pregnant, and their baby is about to be born. And everybody's so excited. Oh my God, this is so amazing. Our first community birth. And the day the baby is born, the guru, the dude in the robes, comes to the couple the very first day the baby born. And he says to them, this is such a wonderful occurrence in our community. And what I need you to do is to give me your baby. I need to go to God, and I need to baptize this baby. So I need to have your baby for one 24-hour period. The man is like, I trust you. Yeah, you can take the baby. The woman was like, hell no. I trust you. I've been living here 10 years. I'm happy. But what you need my baby for? And I can't be present. And my baby literally just came out my body. The woman was like, you can't take my baby. Whatever you need to do with God, you need to do that shit right here. Of course, I'm paraphrasing. You need to do that shit right here where I can see. And so he gaslights her. He's like, all this time, I delivered you from a world that was failing. I done brought you to a place where y'all have experienced nothing but perpetual peace. You have been provided for, haven't wanted for anything. Don't you trust me? You've trusted me this far. You've trusted me this long. Straight up gaslight. Trusted me this far. Trusted me this long. I need to go to God. I need you to trust me enough to take your baby for 24 hours, and I will return with your baby tomorrow. But the baby need to be baptized. This is going to be the ceremony of all the new children that are going to be born, and you are fortunate enough to be the first. And so finally he talks her down, and she gives her 1-day-old baby to the man in the brown robes with the long staff. Okay? But something happened, and the father was like, yeah, I trust him. But you know what? I'm still going to follow this nigga. I'm still going to follow this nigga because he got my baby. So something happened in the man. And he was like, we can let him hold the baby and carry him into the woods, but I'm following him into the woods. He goes into the woods and follows the man. And the man steps into a clearing in the woods, and a bright light opens up from the sky on top of the man, completely surrounds the man and the baby. And they disappear in the twinkling of an eye. The man in the robes and the baby. So now the father is flipping out. Oh, what happened to my baby? The man with the robes and the baby returns to the village the next morning, just as promised. But now the father he flipping out because he know what he done seen. He know what he done seen. When the man in the robes hands him his baby back, and he's holding his now 2-day-old baby, he feels something on the back of the baby's neck. And when he turns the baby over, it appears to be a brand. It appears to be a burn, like a brand, on the back of the baby's neck. And so now he's like, what the fuck? What the hell is going on? He goes back to his wife. She now has the baby in her hand, so she happy. My baby back. I really can't trust this man in the brown robes. But the daddy's seeing what he done seen. Oh no, he's like, something is rotten in Denmark. And so he goes to find out what's happened. He tries to tell some people what happened. They ain't trying to hear him. Man, you crazy. All this life we done lived, and it's been amazing and wonderful. You tripping. So he's like, ain't nobody trying to hear me. And then that's when you learn that when they got there 10 years ago, there was one of their friends who they said lost his mind and wanted to go back to the world, and they never saw him again. So they never talked about him again. He goes out into the woods to try to find a road to get back to, quote, civilization. You feel me? He said, because, you know, when we got here, I don't even remember us driving into the village. I don't even remember us driving into here. Do you remember us driving into here? Like I said, white light. Next thing you know, they just living. Y'all can't see me? Y'all can't see me? Oh, I see. I got what you're saying. Hold on. I got what you're saying. Thank you for that, Java Watson. Right? So he tries to go back out to the road. He tries to go back to the road. Feel me? And he runs and runs and runs and runs and runs in the direction of what he thinks is the north to get back to the road. And he runs into a massive invisible wall. Smack. Hard, because he's running. He runs so hard, he knocks himself out. When he wakes up, he's in a cave. He's in a cave when he wakes up. And split his shit. And the dude who they said went back to the world 10 years prior was living in this cave. And he begins to tell the dude that he done rescued. He's like, damn, we thought you went back to the city, went back to your old life, back to your old job. He said, I tried. He said, but we ain't on Earth. And the dude was like, man, what you talking about? He's like, we ain't on Earth, man. He's like, we ain't on Earth. He said, this shit is made, we in a cage. This shit made to look like Earth. We ain't on Earth. He said, I have literally circled around this entire invisible wall that you keep smacking up. I done walked the entire circumference of this invisible wall to come right back where we are right now. And he said, he said he walked like 300 miles circumference. He said, we are not on Earth. We are in a giant glass ball. We're in a giant glass ball. This ain't Earth. It's made to look like Earth. This ain't Earth. And now his friends like, this nigga been out here in the woods by himself in this cave for 10 years. He tripping. He done lost his whole shit, right? But then he starts experiencing things that's like, oh, this dude, he really onto something. So he go back to the village to try to rescue his wife and child. He tried to convince his wife to leave. She said, where we gonna go? Where we gonna go? We got a house. We got family. Long story short, the dude in the road uses this incident where the guy has discovered the truth to say that there are going to be some that are not going to be able to maintain their faith. And how many of you are with me? And everybody, including his wife. How many of y'all are with me? Me. And so they use that as the opportunity to establish a new right of execution. They executed him. And that's how the episode goes off. They execute him. Caught up in what was that thing? It was spiritual ecstasy. Caught up in the myth of spiritual ecstasy and passion. The whole community that he had lived with harmoniously for 10 years killed him. And when they killed him, well, actually how it went off, they killed him. And when they killed him, they the film, I guess, or the camera, I guess, pans out. And what is actually where they actually are is on a spaceship, a massive spaceship, one of many scattered throughout the galaxy, to extract humans from the earth and have them work harmoniously, give them all that they need to feel spiritual bliss and ecstasy and joy and peace, so that they don't rebel, they don't inquisite, they don't inquire about their surroundings, to have them live on this earth where they are lit, where their energy through labor. They built their cabins, they tended gardens and all of this stuff, where them working, their labor is being exploited. And they don't have to, the aliens don't have to rule Earth to exploit human labor. They have figured out a way to, quote, rapture humans off the planet and create little fish bowls, you know what I'm saying? Or little habitats, floating habitats, where they can just bring the humans to them and travel all through the universe and exploit their actual energetic labor to fuel them. Y'all, goddamn. So how about I got on a wormhole, didn't intend to, this is the absolute last thing I'm gonna say. Got on a wormhole at a bar one night while I was eating dinner and had this moment, and I was like, oh, snap. Okay? About what we just talked about, the energetic extraction of their labor while keeping them clueless. You feel me? While keeping them clueless. And you think y'all be talking about the Matrix, and y'all be treating this shit like it's science fiction. But let me tell you, the breakthrough I had the other night, child. I think it's in this one. I was doing some research for the temple. I was like combining a bunch of notes that I had from a bunch of different books. And the first thing that I wanted to talk about, which was on the cover of an old notebook. And I was like, how can I say this that I was trying to say, but how can I say it scientifically? Right? And so the first thing was, where was it? It was, it was this book. The first thing was, here it is. It was, so I was like, just kind of brainstorming about like, quote, the tenets of what the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Okay. Yes, it was the Twilight reboot in the 1990s. I don't remember what the name of the episode was, but it was about something similar to the rapture. Okay. All right. So I was thinking about this idea to walk with me. Okay. Because I just told you they had created these habitats to kidnap humans, to quote, rapture humans from the earth and bring them onto these habitats that were Earth-like so that they could have direct contact with the extraction of their energy. Okay. So what got me on what I'm about to tell y'all about is I was sitting in the bar and I have these old notes that I'm trying to like weave together what will be the tenets of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. One that I wrote was moving is how we meditate and make magic. Moving is how we meditate and make magic. Motion is the mystery of meditation. Action is the secret of manifestation, right? I was like, oh yeah. So I was like, let me think about let me translate this to scientific terms. What does the law of thermodynamics say about this shit, this spiritual shit that I just wrote on here? How does the law of thermodynamics, how does the law of thermodynamics translate? You feel me? To what I just said as tenets, right? So that's what I did. I proceeded to look up these laws. Newton's, let's see. Here it is. Yes, here it is. 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 So the first thing I looked up was, I rewrote those notes. Motion is the mystery of meditation. Moving is how we meditate and make magic, right? So on and so forth, on and on and on. And then on the next page, and this is a correction I need to make because I'm always misquoting it. I didn't realize until this night I'd always been misquoting it. I was always talking about for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. And I was always attributing that to Einstein, and it wasn't. So and I was always equating that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. I always equated that with E equals MC squared, which was wrong. E equals MC squared. It means mass let's see, mass equals energy equivalence. And what it means is different forms, mass and energy are different forms. Walk with me. Mass and energy, mass, matter, mass and energy, yin and yang, lower chakras, upper chakras. Mass and energy are but two forms of the same thing. Equal energy is equal to mass. Energy is equal to mass multiplied by the speed of light squared. That's what E equals mc squared is energy is equal to mass multiplied by the speed of light squared. It only appears to objects. It only applies to objects at rest. Okay, this is referred to as rest energy. This is related to the special theory of relativity. This is Einstein. Okay, E equals mc squared, but it is about the different states of matter. Energy and mass are the same thing, two different forms of the same thing. This is about to get deep on y'all because it messed me up. This is what I mean about learning the science to apply to spirituality. It says energy and mass are interchangeable. What does that mean? Mommy and I are one. What does that mean? Hold on. It says energy and mass are interchangeable. Energy and mass are interchangeable. Remember I told you this don't look like this. This is a two-dimensional depiction of a five-dimensional concept. This is energy. This is mass, right? Energy, sun, light, oxygen, warm, right? All those intangible things. This is mass. Moon, earth, trees, blood, bone, flesh, right? It says here the same thing that the Chinese philosophers said 6,000 years ago, that yin and yang are one, that are constantly interchangeable, mutually opposing, mutually consuming, right? So the science says energy and mass are interchangeable. Okay? Continuing on. This means, this is a quote. This means that even, listen, God damn it, listen. This means that even a tiny amount of matter. What is matter? Flesh. What is matter? Blood. What is matter? This ink pen. What is matter? Water. What is matter? This means that even a tiny amount of matter contains a huge amount of energy. I.e., now of course these are the examples that they use. They don't use your flesh, they don't use your labor, they don't use your energetic output. It says, i.e., a small amount of uranium or plutonium produces a huge explosion. Okay, I'm gonna keep going because it says here in the fact that energy and mass is interchangeable. Okay, two different forms of the same thing. These are quotes. Okay. Radiocarbon dating uses this equation to date ancient materials, right? It's energy being used to date actual material, okay? It tells you that you can convert energy, E, right? Oh, wait, no. It tells you that you can convert mass into pure energy. This theory, E equals mc squared, tells you that you can convert mass into pure energy. What does that sound like? What was the matrix? Morpheus tells Neo in the very first time he's in the simulation that the machines use matter, use human matter to produce energy for them equivalent to the sun, because the humans blocked out their energy source, which was the sun. And so they was like, well, damn, human beings produce in a flesh as much energy as the sun, so we'll just cultivate the human energy. He said what they did was create the matrix to transform the energy of their matter, the energy of their flesh, into essentially a battery. This is what it say here. That E equals MC squared tells us that you can convert mass into pure energy, and tells you how much energy you will get from all mass. Y'all ain't hearing me. Y'all ain't hearing me. Y'all ain't hearing me. E equals MC squared not only tells you that you can convert mass into pure energy, it also helps you to determine how much energy you can extract from all mass, from all matter. You hear me? Listen. Are y'all still with me? Or do I need to shut this shit down? Because I'm hungry anyway. Okay. All right. Listen. It tells you not only that you can convert mass, you can convert mass into pure energy, all mass into pure energy. It also gives you the ability to mathematically and scientifically calculate how much energy you will get from all mass. This is the equation that helps you to determine how much energy you will get. Y'all ain't hearing me, god damn it. From all mass. For every 1 kilogram, a kilogram, for every 1 kilogram of mass converted, listen, for every 1 kilogram of mass converted, 9 times 0.16 joules of energy is generated. Walk with me. For every 1 kilogram of mass converted, 9 times 0.16 joules of energy is generated. What this means is mass is the essence of all energy. This they words. This ain't mine. What this means essentially is mass is the essence of all energy, not the other way around. What does this symbol say? What did I tell you that the theory of this symbol say? That it's not energy that gives birth to mass, like we have been told in Abrahamic religions, patriarchal religions, that it's energy that generates the material world. But according to the laws of energy, as a part of the special theory of relativity, yin-yang theory says that the mother, that yin generates, yin creates, yin gives birth to yang. Yin, mass, gives birth to energy. Mass gives birth to energy, and in return, energy stimulates and moves matter. Right here, in the special theory of relativity, E equals MC squared, it says that what this means is mass is the essence of all energy. The equivalent, listen, this 1 kilogram, they don't make a distinction of the type of mass. They don't make a distinction here. They say this is the basic equation that you use to determine how many how many joules of energy you are going to get from 1 kilogram of mass. And they do not make a distinction about the mass, y'all. They don't make a distinction at all in the mass. For every 1 kilogram of mass converted, you are generating 9 times 0.016 joules of energy. That's how much energy is generated from one kilogram of mass. This is a quote. This conversion of energy from all mass, right here. This is the equivalent of 21 megatons of TNT. 1 kilogram of mass, its conversion to generate 9 times 0.16 joules of energy is the equivalent of 21 megatons of TNT. The electrodynamic, let's see. So when Morpheus told Neo that essentially everything that he understood in his mind's eye as his life, as his quote, real life, while his body was being extracted for the very scientific conversion of his mass into energy that could be generated to keep these machines functioning, that just 1 kilogram of his mass being converted into energy through this process was the equivalent of 21 megatons of TNT. So Morpheus called him a battery, but Morpheus was incorrect. He wasn't converted into no battery because his energy as just a singular personification of matter. Just 1 kilogram of his person, 1 kilogram of his essence, 1 kilogram of his material presence on Earth was enough to generate 21 megatons of TNT. And you can't figure out why your ass is fucking tired. Because you take your actual mass to work every day and think that the value of your mass in motion, performing labor, your mass in motion is only worth $15 an hour. Meanwhile, what is actually being extracted from your mass in motion, because I'm going to get to the laws of motion. We just right now on the equivalence of mass and energy. We just on that. We ain't even got to mass and motion yet. But your mass in motion generating energy, you think your energy is worth $15 an hour. And you can't figure out why your ass is tired, exhausted, frustrated, all the things. Feel me? Because it says, so divide your body weight. Divide your body weight. Damn. I think I wrote it somewhere. Let me see before I don't think I did. So I thought I wrote it down, but I did. Did I? I didn't. So somebody right now, Google the real definition of a calorie. Somebody Google the real definition of a calorie and copy and paste it in the comments so I can read it. Okay? So somebody Google right now the real definition of a calorie. Okay? Because right now we just talking about your mass in motion producing energy for someone else. Okay? We done already been told the equation that you need to use in order to understand how much energy you can generate by the amount of mass that you possess. And all it takes is 1 kilogram of mass converted to create or generate 9 times 0.16 joules of energy, which is the equivalent of 21 megatons of TNT. Okay? No. The scientific definition of a calorie. Thank you. Okay. So hold that thought. Okay? So we just talking about your mass and it being able to be converted to its. So now take your body weight in pounds. Take your body weight in pounds, and then put it in a Google thing, a Google converter, to see how much your body weight in pounds equals in kilograms. Compare your body weight in pounds to see how many kilograms your body is. Let me do that too. Let me do that. Oh, I want to do it, but I don't want to switch screens. I don't want to switch screens. Okay, so somebody do that for me. If you ain't afraid or ashamed to share your body weight, take your body weight in a converter in Google and see how much your body weight in pounds equals in kilograms. And while y'all do that, I'm going to talk about the calorie because I'm getting to a point. Okay, so a calorie is the heat. So we about to go into the laws of thermodynamics too. Not only the laws of motion, but the laws of thermodynamics. The amount of heat required at a pressure of 1 standard atmosphere to raise the temperature 1 degree, to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water to 1 degree, raise the temperature of 1 gram of water 1 degree Celsius. To raise 1 gram of water 1 degree, a calorie is the amount of heat required at the pressure of 1 standard atmosphere raised to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water 1 degree Celsius. That's the definition of the calorie, right? When you're talking about burning calories or caloric intake or whatever. Another definition on here is a unit of energy equivalent to the heat energy needed to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius, which is defined as equal to 4.1868 joules of energy, or a unit of energy often used to express the N. The energy required to raise 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius at 15 degrees. Okay, so these are all the definitions of calories, what you put in your mouth and what it's supposed to mean in terms of your output of energy. Okay, provide you that much energy. Okay. Okay, so somebody was able to share their weight with me and what it translates to in kilograms. This shit's so wicked. This shit's so wicked. This shit's so wicked. This shit's so wicked. So the first share that I have is the person is 180 pounds. When translating that to kilograms, that person at 180 pounds weighs 81.647 kilograms. That person at 180 pounds weighs 81.647 kilograms. Now, why am I going off on this? Because we were just told that 1 kilogram, this person weighs 81.647 kilograms. 1 kilogram of mass converted generates 9 times 0.16 joules of energy, which is 1 of her kilograms, 1 of this person's kilograms. If exploited, if converted into energy, just that 1 kilogram is the equivalent of 21 megatons of TNT, the energy produced by 21 megatons of TNT. 1 of your kilograms. And so the reason I got on this was because I was talking about how these, quote, aliens, right, had been able to create a way to master the exploitation of the energy producing potential of these humans, not resources out of the earth, their bodies as the resources. Their bodies as the resources. They were tapping into the resource that is their actual flesh. These aliens that was like, we ain't got to go and colonize Earth. We can just rapture the humans. We can just rapture the humans into our spaceships, give them a little habitat that look like Earth, and they will just labor all day in joy and in bliss and in ecstasy. Huh? All you got to do is give them a guru, and they will work, and they will labor, and they will toil. All you got to do is give them a philosophy, but we gonna live off grid and live off the land. We gonna work like our ancestors did, tilling the soil. All you have to do is have them work. This work is converting their energy. I just told you the amount of heat necessary, to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree. It is the calorie is the amount of energy needed to convert the mass to energy. The amount of heat needed to convert the mass. What's the mass? The water. The water is the mass in the scenario of what is a calorie. It's the energy required, the heat energy required to raise, to transform, to convert the water energy by raising it 1 degree Celsius. That's what a calorie is. You feel me? And so this sister who shares with me her way, and all of you others who share with me your way, and we know that 1 kilogram can be converted through various means. Let's think about the matrix. Neo's energy was able to be converted, and his ass wasn't even moving. He wasn't sweating. He wasn't exercising. He wasn't meditating. He wasn't even having sex, child. He wasn't even having sex. He was literally just existing in his body. And machines were still able to convert his energy, his mass, his matter into a form that could fuel them at his expense. He didn't even have to do nothing. He didn't even have to work. You feel me? He didn't even have to work. These aliens say all we got to do is keep the humans happy. Keep them blind, keep them oblivious, keep them happy. But don't give them enough to make them think. Give them just enough to keep them blissful in their work, blissful in their toil. They love cutting down trees and building houses and all of that stuff. Just give them just enough to be blissful and satisfied enough that they don't ask no questions and they don't buck the system. And we'll be able to thrive off of them for an eternity. We'll be able to thrive off of them for an eternity. The amount of energy that we generate, and because we're not generating energy for ourselves, generating and converting our mass for ourselves, for our benefit, that's why we're always tired. That's why we're always exhausted. That's why we're always sick. That's why we're always frustrated. That's why we're always longing. That's why we all, right? Because we are converted, our energy is being converted, but we're not the ones converting it, and that energy is not being converted for our benefit. Right? The laws of motion. Newton's laws of motion. This is the last thing I'll say. Newton's laws of motion. First law. An object in motion will remain in motion at a constant velocity unless acted upon by an external force. Now, this is about your mass in motion. This is about your mass in motion. An object in motion will remain in motion at a constant velocity unless acted upon by an external force. The things that give rise to this, or that this is used to explain, is inertia, otherwise known as the law of inertia, constant velocity, and external force. The law of inertia, the tendency of an object to resist changes in its state of motion. Y'all, the law of inertia is detailing the tendency of an object to resist changes in its state of motion. As a part of the explanation of the first law of motion, which is an object in motion will remain in motion at the constant velocity that it is unless acted upon by an external force. And that there's a tendency of an object in motion to resist changes to its state of motion. God fucking damn. Constant velocity. When an object is in motion, it will continue moving at the same speed and in the same direction. God. And in the same direction, unless a force acts upon it. God damn, man. An external force. For an object to change its motion, an external force must be applied. Listen, y'all ain't hearing me up in this room right now, child. God. The second law of motion. The force on an object is what in the hell? The force on an object is equal to its mass multiplied by its acceleration. This is represented by the equation F equals ma, which is F force, m mass, and a acceleration. The force on an object is equal to its mass multiplied by its acceleration. Okay, the third law, I'm going to go back to that. The third law, which is for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction. The law of action and reaction, this is also called, i.e., listen to the examples, i.e., a book resting on a table illustrates the third law. The book pushes down on the table and the table pushes back up on the book, keeping that book being a representation of action and reaction. The book is the action of going down on the table, and the table is the reaction to the book being down on the table. The table pushes back up on the book. Okay? For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Damn. Okay, this is the last thing I'm going to say. I'm going to get up off here. This is the laws of thermodynamics. There are 4. This is all about the spiritual language. This is the scientific explanations of the spiritual language that we have been talking about throughout this whole thing, okay? The laws of thermodynamics, a set of scientific principles that define physical quantities like temperature, energy, and entropy in thermodynamic systems. There are 4 laws that discuss heat, heat, work, temperature, and entropy. The first law. Tajali, I hear you saying the force of patriarchy is what keeps us from moving forward at our determined speed and direction. No, 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 no. Our current state of motion and patriarchy's force are equal. You see, patriarchy is the book that's placed down on the table. We the table. Equal opposite reaction. Patriarchy will not change unless this table becomes a force that changes the trajectory, the movement, and the speed and the acceleration of patriarchy itself. The table is right now just doing equal. The table is giving equal force to the book, which is patriarchy, keeping it right where it is, keeping the book seemingly in a state of rest. Right? Action, reaction. It is only when an external force, I don't know, the table grows legs. You feel me? The table, whatever. It's only when that force, as an external force, changes the trajectory, the speed, and the motion of the book, patriarchy. There are multiple things happening in these explanations. Okay, but now we're going to talk about thermodynamics, because this is talking about your mass. That was about mass and motion, the laws of motion, those 3 laws of motion. This is about your mass within the laws of the concept of the laws of thermodynamics, which is what? Which is to discuss heat, work, temperature, and entropy. Okay, the first law of thermodynamics, the law of conversion of energy. We just talked about this. Okay, in E equals mc squared, the law of conversion of energy. Energy can what? Now, I have a problem with this. Energy can either be what? It says energy can either be created or destroyed, only converted by forms, or converted between forms. Converted between forms. So this first law of thermodynamics that we've always heard, I'm reading from notes that I took in the bar. I'm reading from my own notes. Okay? So the first law of thermodynamics, and we've always quoted this, energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only converted between forms. And what did E equals mc squared tell us over here? E equals mc squared told us that energy and mass are 2 different forms of the same thing. But it also said this, that energy is equal to mass multiplied by the speed of light squared, right? And it says over here that energy can actually be, it doesn't just say that energy can actually be generated. What does generate mean? Create. It says energy can, it says here that it doesn't just say that energy can be generated. It means energy can be created. What did it say after that? It said here, hold on. They said in the definition of E equals mc squared, they completely contradict the first law of thermodynamics, because they said here, essentially what this means is that mass is the essence of all energy. Same thing. Just say it right here. All energy is generated, given birth to by mass. And then mass is generated by mass. And then energy can transform the state of mass. Convert the state of mass. The generating aspect is the mass. The mass generates energy, and energy converts mass into more energy. And so here in the first law of thermodynamics, it says energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only converted between forms. Converted between forms. Let's see. So it says, for example, kinetic energy can be converted to thermal energy. Okay. There is a law of thermodynamics. I didn't even know this. There's a law of thermodynamics called the zeroth law of thermodynamics, which was added after the first 3 were established. So this came later. So the zeroth law of thermodynamics says thermal equilibrium, and it's called thermal equilibrium. forms a basis for the definition of temperature. If two systems are each in thermal equilibrium with a third system, then they are in thermal equilibrium with each other. And then I put as a side note, could this be the equivalent to the Sanjiao or the three burners that are talked about in traditional Chinese medicine, the three jiaos or the three burners? That I didn't go deep into that, but I put it as a mental note of something to discuss later. The first law continued. The first law of thermodynamics continued. When energy passes into or out of a system, generating and or control, that was another side note, the generating or controlling cycle. When energy passes into or out of a system as work, heat, or matter, the system's thermal energy changes in accordance with the law of conservation of energy. The law of conservation of energy. Okay? It is possible to rewrite, let's see. The law of conversion. Okay. The law of conversion of energy. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So second law, I thought I wrote that down. Look, the law of the conversion of energy. Damn, I thought I wrote that down. See, I got more studying to do. I'm for sure I wrote that down somewhere. Let's see, the zeroth, the first. I guess I didn't. I guess I intended to. Oh, I left it open and I didn't write it down. Okay. So this is the last thing I'll read to you. This is the second law of thermodynamics. And then I have to finish my note-taking process. I got on something else. In a natural thermodynamic process, the sum of the entropies of the interacting thermodynamic systems never decreases. A common corollary of this statement is that heat does not spontaneously pass from a colder body to a warmer body. So those are the laws of thermodynamics. So I got to keep digging into that. But even in the beginning where it talks about thermodynamics is a set of scientific principles that define physical quantities like temperature, energy, and entropy. In thermodynamic systems, there are 4 laws that discuss heat, work, temperature, and entropy. Now, I'm going to shut up. Y'all marinate on that within the context of E equals MC squared and how they have come up with an equation to down to the 100th determine how much energy you will generate when they convert your energy that is going to be the energy source for what they need to create, do, provide, produce, down to the 100th. You feel me? E equals MC squared. How your matter is literally being converted through what? One of the laws of thermodynamics that goes into explaining what the conversion of the conversion of 1 gram of water, the heat energy needed to convert, right? 1 gram of water by raising its temperature by 1 degree Celsius. And so they have, even when you talk, caloric language, right? A calorie is the amount of energy needed, the amount of heat, thermal energy needed to convert a gram of water. Well, how much water is your body? What is it? 82% of your body is water? To convert 1 gram of water by increasing its temperature by 1 degrees Celsius. The amount. So how do you know how many calories? That's just about caloric intake. But that calorie definition also applies to what? What did they tell you? That the calorie, when you want to quote burn calories, when you want to keep track of how many calories you burn, the amount of energy it takes to convert the calorie as work, to convert to lose the calorie, to decrease the calorie to lose the work necessary to, quote, lose the weight, which is the calories. It tells you, like when you work out on the elliptical, it tells you how many calories you burn, how much energy you used, just based on that caloric definition. Now, that caloric definition is just about the heat required, quote, to transform or convert the 1 gram of water. But the 1 kilogram of mass, the 1 kilogram that is your mass, that's part of your mass, that energy that you burnt off, you just being told, oh, you burnt off 1 calorie, you burnt off 10 calories, you burnt off 100 calories. But the law of energy conversion necessary to convert mass, which is the essence of all energy, to convert mass into energy, what is 1 kilogram of mass converted for energy? 1 kilogram of mass converted 9 times 0.16 joules of energy is generated, which essentially is the equivalent of 21 megatons of TNT. So deep. All right, I'm done. I'm going to eat. What's today? Saturday. I'm going to eat. All right, y'all. This was fun. This was deep. Wasn't half what I wanted to talk to you about, but I feel like it was purposeful. I'll get on the rest of my very yeah. I'll get back on task tomorrow with the rest of the stuff. But I covered a lot. I covered a lot of the bullet points that was up on here. I didn't cover all of the astrological things, but I'll put them in the description box for tomorrow's live. That way you can revisit them. But I covered a lot. I think I covered more than half. Maybe not. But I covered a lot. Anyway, so I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging with me. And y'all have a good night. Sleep well, or whatever it is you're going to do. Peace.